How do you know? I don't, but I'm doing. What do you think?
Guys, good morning. We got the pre-show going on for day 3 of Tier Wodapalooza. We have the competition kicking off today, and on the show, best friends. We got Jake Locker and Andrew Hiller. Guys, welcome to the show.
What's up? Fun to be here.
Why did Jake get the microphone?
You gave it to him.
No, I didn't. He took it.
Priorities, right?
Yeah.
I told him he couldn't have it.
I don't want it.
Guys, well, welcome. Let's talk about Wodapalooza specifically, why we're here. It finally feels like Miami. The last couple days have been absolutely miserable with the weather. How's your experience been so far?
For sure. Been a little cold, a little dreary, but give him props. When I came to Wodapalooza 5 years ago, this is exactly what I imagined. So Bayfront had its positives, negatives, but I am pumped to be on the beach. See the ocean right here. This is exactly what I thought when you came here. You can finish the workout, in theory, go walk in the ocean, hang out, great scenery. So weather's up today. It's definitely looking better.
I went to Disney World when I was 12 years old, and I was having flashbacks because it snowed. And we bought all of this Mickey Mouse gear. I had Mickey Mouse Santa hats and all that. And I could just imagine the tier booth just selling out of all of their gear as everyone walks around in their $200 jackets.
It's kind of like, hey, when we win, we're going to go to Disney World, but it's happening now.
Yeah, it's happening now. It just didn't snow. I don't know if that's even possible here. It's got to be.
It snowed in Pensacola.
I don't know what that means.
It's not far from here.
Okay.
It's in Pensacola, other side of the state.
I wish. It would have been awesome. That would have been good for social media. Snow in Miami.
Well, let's talk about
Bad
other
for the
things.
athletes.
Well, let's talk about that. So, programming-wise, how have you guys felt the programming has been this year compared to years past? It's not your first year here. Andrew, you've competed as an athlete here. You're here this year as a spectator doing media. Jake, as a coach, programming yourself, what are you thinking about the programming?
I've got a certain perspective on programming. I always wanted to be like a well-rounded fitness competition where at the other end comes the fittest, and I don't think that many competitions even go for that. And I've talked to some people, and they've kind of said that it's hard. The biggest challenge here is having all of the different divisions, and everything's got to work and run well with one another. And amongst the years that have had Wodapalooza, this is probably just above average as far as how I think the programming is fitness-wise. But overall, I really did enjoy watching that block workout in particular. I wasn't sure how that would go, and I talked to a couple of athletes who were skeptical about moving the rope blocks across the floor, but watching it was actually really cool. And you could see the athletes getting frustrated with their inability to play Tetris, essentially.
Yeah, I think I'd agree overall. Any competition like this where you're pumping thousands of athletes through is limited on floors, time caps, all those things, divisions. So there's that. I thought they did a really good job as an overall using the sandbox. Is that the floor? Sandbox floor, like you had the sleds out there, you did something different. Anytime you use sleds, there's limitations with which lane you're in, how you push your sled, keep pushing the same way each time, or you like move it across your lane. Overall, the programming was a little bit more favored probably towards if you're bigger. It's going to favor you a little bit because like in that sled workout, there's toes to bar. Those kind of hidden amongst the row and the power output.
Are you allowed to say it favors bigger people?
Yes, it seems to favor bigger people. Not that James wouldn't want either way. Why does it favor bigger people? It seems like there's more power output favored workouts as a whole. Do you agree?
Yes, I would agree, but I don't hear many other people saying that. It's basically just me. Where have you been? Where have you been?
They didn't give me a mic. It wasn't like you can always pick apart and like tear down workouts here and there, and it's hard to be perfect. That would be my main thing. The workout on Friday night was obviously more skill-based. There was only the lunge, but other than that, it was very gymnastic, so that favored that side. But if you look at, let's say, Thursday morning, there's the endurance event, which was more based on the bike and the step-ups because the run was kind of equalized. They all moved the same pace. The sled workout was very favored towards if you can move the sled well. Saturday night was gymnastics, so that was like kind of 2 towards bigger guys, 1 towards smaller. Let's see, yesterday, clean. No? Yeah?
It was clean. What was your question?
Friday was clean. Saturday was clean, so bigger guys again. What was after that?
The bench press one.
So bench press. I would give that more equal across the whole thing. The blocks carrying it would be bigger guys, but these chest bar small guys. And then last night, I wish that one instead of hang power snatch had been a gymnastic movement, but overall, I like that workout. I just wish there was a little bit less weightlifting, a little bit more gymnastics.
The thing that I really like the most about the Django workout, the Tetris workout with the block, was that you always compare it to the CrossFit Games, and I feel like this year, the CrossFit Games, there wasn't that component of learning on your feet. And maybe I'm like really missing that, but no one's, as I brought it up, has filled me in with what's the figure it out. And in particular, the best athletes on that were angling the dumbbell down into their chest, which makes it like doing 20 pounds less if you're a dude. It turns the 70s into 50s, it limits the range of motion. And everyone's like making them bodybuilder bench presses with the dumbbells. And I'm like, how have you not figured this out? So I like the workouts from that perspective. It makes the athletes figure it out.
What would you have liked to see maybe more of or less of to make the programming more well-rounded?
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the 2-day competition. Or maybe if it were a 2-day competition, like put them in the dirt a little bit more. They did. Now, I say that also knowing that a lot of them are competing on all 4 days as is, and there's potential to probably make a buttload of money if they win a couple of different divisions or place well in a couple of them. But personally, I like to see the individuals, and I think a lot of people also would rather see them stretch the individual competition. But that's me.
Yeah, I could go either way on that. With how they have set it up, I'm actually okay with 2 and 2, so they can both do both competitions both days. It seems to have ran better with 2 and 2 for Wodapalooza specifically. If you're going to favor competition viewing individuals, then yeah, go 3 days indies, and you should prioritize around that. But if you're going to prioritize 2 days a team, 2 days of indie, get as many people to compete as you can, and let them do both divisions, then I think they're doing the right way right now.
Okay. So I like that you guys agree and disagree. This is fun.
He doesn't like it.
I like this.
This depends on your purpose. What's your priority?
It's okay to be wrong, Jake.
So in terms of why we're here for competition, as a coach, programmer, athlete, why do you think people actually do truly come back year after year after year? It's none of our first times here, so why do we all keep coming back?
They're going to be back next year because they're going to hope it's going to be warmer for the first couple of days. There's no possible way that lightning strikes twice and it's going to be 40 degrees and drizzling on the second day of Wodapalooza. But to be serious, I've been to every Bayfront Wodapalooza with the exception of, I think, 2. Maybe 3 of them, but I've been to a handful. I've competed, I've done media, I've actually coached at Bayfront, and this venue, I think, is better. And people are walking up, they're like, hey, Andrew, what do you think of the venue? And I go, minus the sand in my shoes, it's all better.
It's a lot like SoCal was. The very similar setup to what we had in California. There's a ton of success there. I think a lot more people, you saw it yesterday, are just on the sidelines in the back wondering what we're doing. So I think we want new people to look at the sport. This is the way to go.
What's the question?
Why are you coming back? Why are you here?
I mean, ultimately, because we have so many athletes come every year, so it's a great place to touch point, obvious reasons. It becomes, for many athletes, if you're really competitive or not, it can be like a preseason game. Maybe it's a good way to look at it. There's no real stakes, but it's still a real stage and compete against really good competitors. I think lots of athletes as a whole come because they want to work out on the beach, like Florida. It's a good way to come get away from things. Sometimes on a weekend with the Mondays off, and it's just a good stake in the air before like everything is going this spring and summer.
I got another one. This is kind of like going golfing for business. You know, people say, hey, let's go play 9, play 18. You sit there for 4 hours and no one even talks about business. It's like a combination between that with all the vendors and everyone's like getting a chance to show off what they've been working on. I think that's really cool. The vendor village here is incredible, and I think people really look. I actually knew a guy one year who brought his own separate backpack. He brought 2 backpacks, one with his clothes and one empty. And the empty one was meant specifically for stuff that he had picked up from vendor village. So from the angle that it was like, that's cool, and then also from the bar perspective, like you all go out with your buddies and you hang out in the bar, and maybe it's one of those line dancing places and everyone's meeting up and drinking and having a good time. And I don't know who all is drinking here, but I know a couple of people are. Let's have a good time anywhere from getting something out of vendor village to hanging out with your friends.
Yeah, this is like that in a lot of ways. If you're in the fitness business, it's like the fitness conference at the 6-month mark away from the games. You're going to see everyone you want to see, you need to see, make connections, make new connections, see people I see every year. I forget they're here too, which is a good thing. So and it is a great opportunity. Did a good job with Vanderbilt as a circle, getting exposure between both the stage, so tons of traffic that way. So that's another big reason people come for sure, whether make new connections, keep connections strong, develop relationships, and just there's a ton of people that do fitness here.
Well, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's talk about the competition that we saw the last 2 days. James Spring on top of the podium for the men. Lucy Campbell for the women. But I want to talk about James first. The argument for the last year since the games has been, is James Spring the fittest on earth, or did he win the CrossFit Games? Now that he's won Tier Wodapalooza, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I can't wait for this. I go first. James is a competitor. Dude, when he gets on the floor, builds momentum, like, he believes he's going to win, and so far he's starting to win games in this. Obviously did in a rogue, but I think it's going to be for him. Every competition he's going to have to reprove that, and the more and more he wins and proves it, eventually it'll just be people accept him as either the fittest or won the games or he's there to win and can win. But he's going to stack the proof over and over again, and props to him this weekend because he came out swinging, won the first event, and then just didn't leave anything behind from there. So I hope to do it again, I'm sure, at the in-person semifinals, at the games this year, just to prove he belongs there and is who he is. But dude won, he earned it, and he's a great competitor. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I was rooting for our boy Hatfield the whole weekend. James' worst finish was 13th, and he won 1 or 2 events and had a bunch of top 3 finishes. So when you do that, you're going to win the competition. And dude struck. He went hard and won.
Be very careful with how you answer these questions, Jake. Question number 1. Who wins the Boston Marathon? How far did they run?
26.2 miles.
What happens when you remove 1 mile from the Boston Marathon? Is the winner the best at running that marathon?
They are the best at running 25.2 miles a day.
Or whatever the hell you consider the Boston Marathon to be at that point, right?
Sure.
What is it that you said about 5 minutes ago about this competition in particular when it came to the 6 workouts? They're favoring whom?
Yeah, bigger, more powerful athletes.
Have you answered your question about whether or not this has at all done anything for James's claim towards being the fittest on earth?
I would argue it still has furthered his claim. It's not the perfect test of fitness, but all the dude can do is come out here and win the competition he's competing in.
To James's credit, that's all he's ever said. He just wins. He does what he can. He's been doing really good at it, with the exception being Rogan. I think that he was terribly sick in the week leading up to that. He won't talk about it, but I'll say it for him. He wasn't doing so hot from what I gathered. There will be a point where I think, like good pal Brian like to say about Justin, as he won every single stage of every competition he would go to for a while, that might sway a bit. But at this point, no. Bella, it has not done much for James and his claim to the fittest on earth.
So if you think that Jeff Adler were going to come and compete in the individual this past weekend, do you think the results had been the same? Or do you think Jeff would have been up there in no contest?
You know, this is why people like Jeff should probably say what's going on and why he isn't doing the competition, because I think he pulled out because he didn't want to get beaten by James.
Oh, that's bold.
He should have said something, because that's what everyone else is thinking. He's like, oh, you know what? James looks really good at this lineup, and I don't want people talking about how he's fitter than me.
You think Jeff thinks about that?
Yeah. I think they all think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where is he? Why didn't he compete? Do you know?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
It's because James is going to beat up on him.
I mean, you heard it first. Jeff versus James. I mean, we have battled now, apparently. Well, we can talk about the women's field. Lucy Campbell.
Yeah.
The competition.
Yeah.
We surprised by the performance. Did you think Laura was going to take it easily?
Not handedly, but with the exception being a first handstand workout, which she was tipping on a little bit, and she was getting away with like that weird sumo kick. A couple of reps, and she still kind of got to throw it on the leaderboard a little bit. I think everybody thought Laura would win, and I don't think anybody had Lucy even in the top 5.
No. Even Barclay, who was doing all of our stats this weekend, did not have her near the top.
Yeah, I don't even have as much to say. The women's leaderboard is wild. No idea Lucy Campbell would come out. I would have bet on Lauren for sure, so props to her too.
This weekend, we've done the individuals, now we have the teams. A lot of the teams have changed, so there's a lot going on there. We're talking 22 of the female athletes are doing team, as well as individual. I think it's because of sponsor dollars. What are your thoughts? I think you make way more money if your sponsor says, well, we're giving you money if you go do individual, regardless of how you do. And if you rep us in the name of your team, because of all the media, and we're talking about them right now. It's worth it.
Yeah, you double your exposure for the weekend in a sense. You're out there 2 more days. I have trouble following team events until they start going. I have to see who's out there other than like our specific people and figure out who teams where, who's pulled out, who's pushed back in. So yeah, from their stance, if they're going to be here, they might as well compete 4 days versus 2. A lot of people think of it that way. And in the team, there's like, it's not the same as Indy. It's like, let's go out there, let's have some fun, do as well as we can, and throw down against everyone else. You team up with Austin Hatfield, ladies and gentlemen, right here.
Welcome, Austin Hatfield.
But yeah, teams is fun, throw down, no stakes. If you win, lose, people don't remember for the most part what does what at Wodapalooza on team side other than who wins it. So,
Is Lucy competing in both?
She is.
Who's on her team?
Jen Weir and Taylor Howe.
What are the odds that they win this one too?
Unlikely.
Yeah, why do you say that?
I think all 3 of those ladies, very strong power athletes. Between Jen, Lucy, and Taylor, all very strong. But that's not what it takes to win team events here.
I don't know. It depends on whether you're talking to Jake. It's a power output-based event. Maybe they got a shot. Hey, I heard Lucy was coming back from some sort of crazy wrist injury. Is that true?
She had an operation. She got the stars all the way down her wrist. So we were all truly, and she was even surprised at how it held up this weekend. She wasn't sure.
There were some people, some judges from over the pond hanging out in front of me over in the meeting, and they were all revved up over Lucy. So I think that's probably really cool for the non-American-based CrossFit community to see someone like Lucy come out. I mean, probably cool for Laura too, because she's also not an American. But people that are not the Americans, I think it's cool to see people like Lucy do stuff like that.
Do you think that's why the international athletes come to Wodapalooza to compete? Because they want a little bit more attention to their countries? We talked about Latin yesterday. 10 competitions, 10 countries. But is that already here?
You know, I couldn't even take a stab at that one. I don't know really anything about the international athletes. Maybe Jake does.
I wish I had more insight. That's a great point, but I don't know why. A lot of them do come from overseas. Maybe it's like I said earlier, like the preseason game, they can come compete with sponsors, maybe win some money, and compete 4 days.
I did talk to one of the athletes from out of the country, and they said that this is the biggest competition that they have a chance to compete at, because when they're in their native country, there's nothing this size. So it's cool purely from the experience. Like, no matter how much it costs to get here and do it, and they were in the elite competitive division. And they said that it's a cool chance to be able to do something like this.
And yeah, one of the opportunity is someone going to come to qualify for competition to compete under the lights on the beach in Miami and Florida. So it's probably another big draw for international athletes from the hype of it, and just it's a cool experience when you're working under the lights at night.
I think that also kind of stretches not just from the international base, but to your affiliate member. When I owned the CrossFit gym, everybody was like super into the Wodapalooza qualifier. We'd send 3, 4, 5 teams, whatever the teams were in a particular year. And I got some buddies here from the affiliate who are actually still competing and doing that stuff. So it is cool, and it stretches from international to the affiliate base.
How do you think that Wodapalooza impacts the general CrossFit environment? Do you think this helps improve more people to come to the gyms, more people to want to do the season? How do you think it really impacts the overall community?
I was thinking about where I want to go with it.
Take it wherever you want to go.
I heard last year there were some people from CrossFit here who were like, giving a tent on all this and just didn't put out any content. It's like, hey, we're gonna put you up, and then they wouldn't even tag them in their Instagram posts. Like, those people aren't at CrossFit anymore. The people who are making those decisions. But, and I made a video on that one. If anybody's seen my YouTube videos, they're fantastic. They're the best videos in CrossFit. Just so you guys know. But
Second best videos, but not bad.
Name one better YouTube video out there than any of mine.
Any on the CrossFit Mayhem channel.
Maybe we should collaborate.
I made a CrossFit Mayhem video or two, but no, I think that it's insane when like that stuff like last year happened because yes, Wodapalooza, to answer your question, Bella, is an awesome encompassment of what everything that started up and has been CrossFit has meant for the longest time, and it's like bringing everybody into one spot and they're having a good time working out wherever. It's a little party.
Now, I'll close our conversation with this. How is your video going to go this weekend? That's what everyone wants to know. How nice are you going to be? What are some of your favorite things? What are some of the things that we're not going to like about Andrew Miller's video this weekend?
The best idea I've heard so far, last year I put out a 5 best and 5 worst things of Wodapalooza. I'll probably do something tier Wodapalooza.
Tier. Guys, go to the tier booth. Tier Wodapalooza.
Yeah, 5 best and 5 worst things of tier Wodapalooza, and I'm just going to start it off with a 1-minute steady shot of the live stream from day 1.
I think you only need 10 seconds.
No. It's going to be it's going to be like a 10-part series of day 1. It's going to be insane. We're just like random camera swinging shots. And Chase talking in the background when people didn't know.
That's tough. Anything that you exceptionally like this year that you'd like to see again? 2026? Either one.
I hope it's here again. I hope it's here with some Bayfront. I particularly like the venue this year better. You can't help weather. What else I want to see for next year? I'd like it if it was a little bit more well balanced for programming. Don't get picky. But other than that, I honestly do like it a lot more than last year overall. From my experience, limited being a coach in this area on South Beach.
Remind me what the question was.
What do you want to see again next year, 2026? Except for Austin Hatfield on the podium. I want to see that again.
I want to see Bill Leahy on the podium.
You're going to Leahy.
He'd have to show up. I'm going to go ahead and say that he's probably not here because he's being smart. He doesn't want to push that Achilles too soon. But, I kind of come to terms with the fact that the program will never look the way that I want, but I had like where it's gone. I like the way it looked this year. I like the competition with the individuals. And like I said, I would prefer if it were more individual-centric, but that's not up to me.
Tell you what, I like a comment from you. I like a compliment. I like this. It's a good compliment sandwich.
Tier Wodapalooza.
Tier Wodapalooza. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the team competition coming up. Jay Bunker and Andrew Miller. Thank you.
Thanks, Bella. Thanks, Jay.
Good job, guys. Good job, Bella.
What about me?
You all look wonderful, you all look great, you all look beautiful, but you know what you need to cheer you.
You did okay.
Come to the official cheer, guys. Palooza.
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered and the impossible is conquered. Grit is built here.
Rolling stones of the rack, I'm not bragging. Look back in the jag, I'm not sagging. Spell it backwards, I'ma leave it at that. That ain't got nothing to do with rap. Shut the bats, expose those cats. Who pose as heroes, taking things.
Welcome back to day number 3 here at Tier Wodapalooza. I'm Chase Ingram. Along with me is Bill Grunlers. We are getting set for event 1 of the teams, which has become the staple competition of Tier Wodapalooza. This is our schedule for the day here. On Saturday, we have 2 days of competition, 6 events that we just did with the individuals. Individual action is done. We're going to start with the overhead squad event. Move to the block party, which will be at the Sandbox, and then we'll close things out at the Tier Arena for Worms Up, hands down. But a little bit of a recap yesterday, Bill. Probably the most exciting day of individual competition, I would argue, in the history of Tier Wodapalooza from both the men's side and the women's side.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen it where we've had both the men's and women's field so one tight, but then 2 where you had such a shuffle up at the top where it really came down to the absolute end of the competition. You had to win or lose, and you had to have certain things happen in that final to actually set that top 3. And man, it was exciting.
If you didn't watch it last night, spoiler alert coming. Change the channel. Come right back in about 2 minutes. But on the men's side, James Sprague, your 2024 CrossFit Games champ, wins the event in dramatic fashion. 1 first-place finish, 4 second-place finishes, on his way to his first Tier Wodapalooza championship.
What's amazing is that, okay, we've said it how many times, and this is going to be, I think, the little asterisk on James is not the fact that he won the games when it was the lightest games and the not fit games or whatever, but he is proving himself way more than we thought that he would ever be able to prove himself. And I don't mean just on he's getting stronger, he's not just the endurance guy, but he's calling his shots now. The fact that he called the shot on that dumbbell bench press event, I was not expecting that one. Those long arms, all those pull-ups that he had to do was like right in there behind Hatfield. And then that finishing up with the way he handled the ring muscle-ups, unreal. And then called his weight, that 345 on that clean complex was unbelievable.
13th place finish in the strength event. Pat Vellner gets second place, 24 points behind James Sprague. Still kicking butt here in Wodapalooza. He's won this event 3 times and still has an amazing career. I think he's reluctant that he is still so good that he can't retire yet because he still seems to finish on the podium.
You can't. I mean, it's hard to go out when you're still on top, or at least up on the top, upper crust of the rest of the field. But like, he is such an elder statement of the sport. Love how much experience he has, and I love that he's still so good.
And running out your top 3 on the men's side real quick is that Austin Hatfield comes within 3 points of second place. Gets first, second, and first in the last 4 events. And all he needs is a little bit less missteps on 1 or 2 events, and this guy's winning. You know, he's in the running for winning the competition. On the women's side, it was an incredible final event. Going into it, Lucy Campbell made a comeback, not just to be here and competing after 2 years off and that wrist injury, which we talked about yesterday. But it came down to the wire. She was in 3rd place coming into the final event behind Emma Tall and behind your 2023 fittest woman on earth, Laura Horvath, and absolutely stuns the crowd and probably every fan of CrossFit out there and takes the event that she needs to and wins the whole thing.
Yeah, the fact that she pushed the minute down towards Laura Horvath and forced her to break it up and then actually get a no rep on those ring muscles was insane. But I tell you what, she was in a win-win situation, no pressure on her, and man, she handled it great.
Takes the win by 5 points over Laura Horvath. Alexis Raptis rounds out your top 3 for the individual women. But let's focus our attention on the teams. This is event number 1 called Overhead Squat at the Diamondized Lifting Stage. And Bill, we've got an overhead squat race. However, these weights, as far as a strength test for these teams, is pretty incredible.
I really like this one. All it is overhead squats. You have 145, 175, and 195 at 30 reps, 20 reps, and then 10 reps. So I'm just gonna say it right now, it's my favorite lift. I'm excited about this event. I can't wait to see what these teams are going to be able to do and how they play it out.
3, 2, 1. Go.
First heat of 4 for the elite teams for the women. 3 athletes on each team. 30 reps. Starting off at 145. Then they'll advance to 20 reps at 175. Finishing off with 10 at 195.
Now, the one thing with these overhead squats, especially at this weight, it's not super heavy here for these ladies at the beginning, but they really want to make sure that they don't hit any no reps. The judges and the head judges are watching the judges to make sure that we're getting some good depth and getting some good extension up at the top. Now, the teams also can break these up any way that they want. So it isn't that one athlete is locked into one weight. You can decide to break it up between your 3 athletes on all of these lifts. You just have to get your 30 reps done first, and then you move up, and then your 20, and then your 10.
These teams are seeded based off Apollo's strength rankings, based off the individuals collectively on the team and their overall performance and individual competition and how they stack together. So your top 10 teams ranked through that Apollo worldwide rankings will be your final 10 teams in the 4th heat. 8-minute time cap as well. And Bill, we'll say this a couple times, but there's 2 races in this event. There's the race to the final bar, and then there's the race on the final bar.
Absolutely. We were talking about the if you were going to have some keys to this particular event, you got to know where your people are, but you got to let your heavy hitter do the work. And ideally, you have someone that's a hoss out there that can handle that set of 10. Doesn't have to be all of them, but that is a very heavy weight, and that will definitely be the mud patch that these teams are going to try to get to. Doesn't really matter if you win the first 30. Matters what you do when you get to that last 10.
On the right side of your screen is your overall leader so far in lane number 5, Lamejas and Pixel, team out of Mexico. And that is stacked with Mariana Mesa, who won the LATAM Cup division last night as an individual.
She also in the LATAM Cup had the strongest lift in their lifting competition. So a lot of strength on Mesa. A lot of great range of motion too. Look at that.
Most teams on their second bar, that bar weighing 175 pounds.
Good stuff, CrossFit's very own. We'll switch it out.
Mariana Mesa will sub out.
Once again.
As lane 5 is still trying to stay ahead of the pack, but full slate of teams in this heat, 40 teams competing.
So up and down, you see the ladies going.
And lane number 5, Lamejas and Pixel will be changing out their bar. Now the teammates can help with the bar before they exit. So only one team is on that final bar.
Dang,
10
look
reps
at
at 195. That is a picture-perfect overhead squat.
Locked in. Look at that beautiful position. Strong shoulder locked in. Gosh, she looks good.
One more rep. Can she get all 10?
There it is.
And that'll do it. Wow, 333. And you can hear the chants of Mexico behind us. It's the team from Mexico, led by your 2-time LATAM champ, Mariana Mesa. Takes the heat, and we're just seeing some teams getting to the last bar.
Wow, looking across the field, and I see everyone still kind of hanging out in that set of 20.
Lane number 3, Team Wadla out of CrossFit Oslo, 10th out of the qualifier, are the only team on the final bar, as well as lane number 8, the Lycan Gang, team from Puerto Rico. So right side of your screen, when you see the white plates on, that's when they're on the last bar. CrossFit Oslo's team on the left. Upper right side of your screen, final few reps.
Just a few more reps to go.
Team Wada will take a break, change out their athletes. 195 pounds on the bar.
For Danielle did it again.
Lane number 6, Blacklisted Dogs. It's got 195 in the bar, and it looks like Amanda Fisher is going to be stepping up to the plate on lane number 6.
Team Wadapalooza down in lane.
But 2 reps left to go in lane number 3. Is there enough time for Fisher to catch her? Amanda Fisher's just on the left side of your screen, known for her strength. And a no rep in lane number 8 for the Lycans. 2 more reps in lane number 3 on the right side of your screen for Wadla.
Who's going to get it racked overhead? Got that team in
1 final rep
well.
for the Lycans. 1 rep for Wadla. Can she hang on? If she can get it, they'll take it.
Oh, man, that was close.
Shut it down on platform number 8.
So they were ahead by a rep, but Wadla's team was just able to squeeze out those last 2 reps as we are 2 minutes away from the 8-minute cap.
Working away. C4 Athletics very own.
Lane number 7, the Lycan Latin Mafia. So 2 Lycan teams, 1 out of Costa Rica, 1 in Puerto Rico, far left side of your screen. In lane number 1, Danielle did it again. And in lane number 6, Blacklisted Dogs, they'll finish out their heat.
Less than 90 seconds on the clock.
90 seconds remaining.
90 seconds. Shorter and short is going for it.
Danielle did it again, and Team Soul out of Venezuela.
Down in platform number 1 with the 1.
On the right side of your screen. On the left in lane number 4, shorter and shortest out of C4 Athletics.
Now getting to work on platform 7 on 195.
Wow, that is a long wait and a long setup over in lane number 1.
We've got 1 minute remaining.
The crowd get behind him. Start the elites off with a bang on heat number 1. Got less than 45 seconds.
45 seconds to go for this 8-minute cap. This is just heat number 1.
Shut it down on platform 10.
We got a race between Danielle did it again, Team Soul.
Got the team, Danielle.
Trying to keep pace with shorter and shortest out of C4 Athletics in lane number 4.
Platform 4, short and shortest. Can she hang on? 2 more reps. 20 seconds.
1 final rep.
Hang on to it. Miami get behind.
And look at that narrow grip,
That's
Bill.
so narrow. Look at that positioning, though.
We'll get it done.
Wow.
If you got the flexibility, use it.
Use it. That's so much easier on your wrist. I mean, you got to have the shoulder flexibility to be easy on the wrist, but holy cow, that was crazy.
1 time. Give it up.
And that'll do it for heat number 1. The time to beat is a blistering 3:33.
Crazy.
Set by Las Mejas. Heat 1 is done. Heat 2's got their work cut out for him. Heat 2 coming up next. Heat 1 is done. Heat 2 making their way out on the competition floor as teams are taking on overhead squad. This is the first event of 2 days of competition for our elite teams of 3. The time to beat 3:33 set by Las Mejas in the first heat. As in this heat, the squad from Sweden is your reigning and defending Tier Wodapalooza team champions.
Okay.
So it's not about the big names, but it's about the big effort. A lot of times we see that in team competition, which is how it should be.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that's what's always really interesting about the team competition. Anyway, is do you have a good team, and how does that compare to a bunch of good individuals? Because you definitely need to have some communication and a little muting of the ego. I think a lot of times with the individuals, you know.
Bill, anything you picked up on from the previous heat?
What I really like to see was if you didn't get overly concerned with the first 30 and you kind of stayed in your lane and you had a good game plan, you'd be ready to go.
Get ready to win $5,000 with GoWad, the #1 mobility app. Just scan the GoWad QR code around the event, lock in your entry, and you could win $5,000 cash. It's 100% free to join. Don't wait. Check it out now.
3, 2, 1, go.
30 reps at 145 pounds, 20 at 175, 10 at 195. And we saw what 195 was really supposed to look like outside of the first place team because their anchor athlete hit 10 in a row and it looked completely unfazed.
You know, and I think that's kind of with the idea when the Loud and Live and the Tier Wodapalooza crew put the workout together, that's what they were looking for. They wanted it to be, all right, it's 10, but are you really going to make the 10? So if you have that Haas, cool, that's your ace in the hole, which the team of that last event did have that. My gosh, it was such a great event, such a great movement in that. But I think now it's a matter of how you decide to break this up. Where do you want to break it up? How are you going to tire out your athletes as you get to those heavier bars? And I didn't really see anybody, actually even in this heat here, not a whole lot of snatching to that first weight. Go for the control, lock it up in that shoulder position, then go from there.
Lane #6 is Team Krieger out of CrossFit Oslo. CrossFit Oslo has multiple teams here in Miami. Left side of your screen is a number of reps they are on before they move forward. And the team that won it all last year, ProPud, out of Strika CrossFit, is looking to build off last year's performance. Teams can help with the weight change. We bumped the weight up from 145 to 175. Drop the reps down to 20. No team has really separated itself just yet. Time cap's 8 minute time to beat. 3 minutes and 33 seconds as we are just approaching the 2-minute mark. Give you an idea how fast that time was set by Las Mejas.
Closing in on that 20 rep mark.
I'll tell you what, man, as a coach right now, I'm so happy seeing these great movements.
It is some nice overhead squats.
Those are some beautiful overhead squats. I mean, chest is up nice and tall, arms are locked out.
You also don't have a choice because of the weight they're using. Oftentimes we've seen overhead squats programmed in competition at high speed, but the weight's too light to do good reps.
Right. But you're right. It really is forcing them down into position, forcing them to really support that weight up with that nice locked shoulder. Man, these look good.
5 reps left to go for ProPud. The team out of Sweden with Camilla Salmonson, Helman, Maria Longfors, and Antonia Fald-Kutulinski. They are done with their 20 as they change their weights to the final. 195 pounds, 10 reps, but now they only have 33 seconds to match the time to beat. Anchor athlete for Las Mejas did 10 in a row by herself. And that time looks like it's going to stand because there's just not enough time left to nail out 10 overhead squats at this weight.
Oh, look at those speed wobbles at that weight.
The old hailing a cab elbow position.
That is the most nerve-wracking thing to have happen when your elbow starts buckling like that.
Still holding on to the bar, though. Oh, and it comes down on the lane 1. Team Noosa, Astrid 10, anchoring for this team. And Astrid 10 had a great individual performance. He's been on team for Butcher's Lab, a team out of Denmark. Just one more rep to go between both teams. Who's going to get it first? And it looks like Pro put at 4:09. Gymnasium frog grips looks to be done as well. And Team Noosa is done. So 3 teams in. As you can see, the scores on the left side of your screen. And as we are just past the halfway mark to the time cap. But still, 3:33 from heat number 1.
That was blazing fast.
And you had 3 women on that team that were competing individually in the Latin American Cup for the women, including the 2-time champ, Mariana Mesa.
Yeah.
So far, so good. I mean, I know it's one event. There's not a worm or sandbox in sight. However, not a bad start. Times on the left side of your screen. And it looks like Jim Frog just squeaked ahead by 2 seconds on Pro Putt. These names are absurd. I'm sorry. You guys got
Maybe it's PUD.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it is.
Final 10 reps. Gains and Roses all the way from Germany represent Hard and Heavy CrossFit.
You know, actually this heat, it really played out exactly like we were thinking it would play out. Common, everyone's kind of making it through the 30, no big deal. That 20 starts to get a little bit of anxiety, and then, oh man, there were some fails, some epic fails on that last set of 10 with that heavy weight.
Lane number 4, Base Wellness. 12 out of the online qualifier. Has 2 reps left remaining. And then Gains and Roses, which might be my favorite name in this heat. Thank you for being clever. So 2 minutes under the cap, so still plenty of time. We did have some athletes or some teams that capped in the first heat. And Bill, I'm look at the center of your screen. I'm looking at one of the athletes from Team Alpi. The old holding of the elbow is not something you want to see.
No.
After an event like this.
Just under 90 seconds. She's got
Bill, and this is what we said. You can be the fastest team to the last bar, but that 20-pound jump from 175 to 190, I mean, that is a heavy overhead squat. In general, let alone for 10 and after the 50 reps you did
That's
before
right.
them.
I think that's what's great about it. And it's under that, I mean, you're pressure cooked, so you are pushing yourself to the limit so that you can get into you let your next athlete go. I haven't really seen anyone do let's pick a specific number, like we each do 10 and then we each do, 4 or whichever. It's looking more like everyone's trying to go to just before they start to get tired, right before they start to redline.
Do you like that better?
I mean, I want to say yes, honestly, but it really depends on your athletes. If everyone's fairly equal, okay, you can do that.
Yeah.
If you have someone that is much stronger or someone that is much weaker in that, then you have to play to those each way. So
when specifically to an overhead squat, you could have a magical overhead squat day. And you're like, listen, I know I'm supposed to do 10, but I've got a good 18 in the bag here.
Let me go.
Just let me ride it out. Now, what you don't want to do is do 18
into the crowd.
And on cue, what you don't want to do is that either.
5, 3,
That's a homage to the former Across the
Kalipa.
Games champion, Jason Kalipa.
Also
As
in a snatch.
We close out heat number 2. 2 heats down, 2 heats to go. Heat number 3 coming up after this.
That's right, we had an incredible heat. All over 4 minutes for those first 5 finishers, just under that 4:30 mark we saw from the previous heat. We got 2 more heats of elite ladies coming on now.
We have to add a text layer.
How many throwing out?
Salt Pikes?
Make sure no. Folks, who wants a free t-shirt? Self-fitness and out t-shirts. Make some noise.
That's right. Those t-shirts, you can't get them. I'm not going to throw them. That's pretty heavy.
Come on now, let's throw some t-shirts out to our crowd here.
This side over here is the loudest right here. This side right here.
Come on over here, we got some noise over here.
People in the Sufu shirt, throw it over there.
Left side is what number? 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one is the left side? I want to pose that. Which one is left?
We got one more. We got one more.
Right side. Okay, so right side is 1. Left side is 2. Okay. Who is it? Keep it. Patrick is 3. Nico's 4. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have notes.
All right, here comes our ladies coming out in heat 3. 10 more teams onto the floor. In platform 1, we have Team New Miami.
2 minutes.
Platform 2, Providence in the USA. Platform 3, All-American Girls.
Yes, we are.
Platform 4, Keep Chasing the Storm. Platform 5, Fossils in Motion. Platform 6, British Squad.
2 heats down, 2 heats to go as Heat 3 coming onto the competition floor.
Platform 8, Chocolate.
Time to beat still stands by Las Mejas. 3:33. Bill, you warm? I'm warm.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Yeah, we got to thank Tier for all the gear that they've been giving us all weekend. The title sponsor of Tier Wodapalooza. Outfitting all the judges, volunteers. Title sponsor. Scan that QR code. You picked up some stuff from the Tier 10 earlier, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
Go and check it all out.
We don't know for who, in case anybody's listening. It is a surprise. 10 teams on the floor, all chasing the time set by Las Mejas.
Still, how crazy is that? First heat, Ariela Paulo. You didn't. I don't know if they scored this one correctly.
Hey,
it's early.
Live and learn.
It's early.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just like Lucy Campbell, right?
Well, yeah.
You don't have the right data.
If you don't have the data,
can't put the numbers in there.
Yeah, if you don't have the data, what are we supposed to do?
Right. Well, then we have to have you win the Tier Wodapalooza, and then we get some data.
We have your top 10 statistical teams coming in after this in the 4th heat. A couple teams to keep your eye on in lane number 6, British Frog Squad, that now has the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza champion on it.
2, 1, go.
30 overhead squats at 145. Bill, we were talking in the previous heat about the best way to approach this, strategize this, and the more I look at it by feel, because we talked about, we could have a great overhead squat day or you can have a really bad overhead squat day. It kind of depends on how you feel. Maybe going by feel is the best approach other than direct sets.
I do like that. I think that's important, that if you feel okay to go, you got to go. But you don't run it to failure. You know what I mean? You have to be like, okay, felt good. We were planning on 10s, but I can get 15 and not hurt me too bad. Because it's not just fatigue on the legs with this. You also have to think about the shoulder flexibility and stability with that. But then also the wrist. And one of the people that I'm really going to be kind of concerned about is, how is Lucy going to be able to handle this? We know about the wrist, so it's like, how's it going to handle it?
You saw her on screen just a little bit earlier. She's in lane number 6 on the left side of your screen. She's partnered up with Jenny Muir and Taylor Howe. Taylor Howe on the bar at the moment as they are working through their first 30 reps at 145.
Little McDaughter coming.
Looks like in lane number 7, a switch. And Bill, this is Little McDaughter coming in hotter. You have Reese Littlewood, Lucy McGonigal, and Burgos Bjorgensdottir. They're all 18 years of age.
I'm almost older than all three of them put together. I don't know if I like. I am older than all three of them put together.
I'm sorry to break this to you, Bill.
Oh, wow.
Lane 7 has one Bill Grundler of age on the platform.
Thanks, Lucy. Appreciate it. All you girls. God dang it.
Keep chasing the storm at a Solidarity CrossFit in lane number 4. And the first to the second bar is in the center lane. And first with the hand in the air on the second bar is going to be lane number 7. And it looks like Lucy McGonigal tried to go 20 unbroken and was just 4 reps shy.
Down this way. Lane 4, keep chasing the storm. Well over 10 reps for Samantha Pugh here on the 175 bar. Here in lane 2, Frogs in the USF.
And the youngest team on the floor is leading with 1 rep to go. They're on the left side of your screen. In lane number 4, you've got Solidarity CrossFit. Team name, keep chasing the storm. 10 reps left. Bill, they have a minute to try to get the time to beat.
2 minutes and 40 seconds in.
Bars up, right side of your screen in lane number 7. Las Mejas, 333. Did 10 reps in a row, and I am starting to see why this team is so far ahead.
Holy cow.
And they're getting a lot of crowd down here, Cam.
2 reps to go.
And she will
And the youngest team is now the fastest team. 3:07.
Unbelievable.
Did you see that jerk from the front rack right into those?
I did. I was trying not to be upset while watching that.
Oh, that was a standing ovation on that one. Holy cow.
Looking to take second place in the scene set, and also impressive time to beat.
Oh, I forgot there's still action that is going on. I'm picking my job off the floor after that performance.
Well, and look at the quivering we see on all the other ladies across the floor versus what our leaders on the floor did. That was crazy.
Lane number 1 at Team Noob Yimmy. All right, Wish Fitness. That's what you get.
Just behind him in lane 2 with 3 reps remaining.
Team out of Germany. 3 reps to go. 3 reps to go over in lane number 4 as well. And with this switch, it might come down to lane number 4. And that is keep chasing the storm. And their 1 rep is good, and they get done just at nearly the same time. So that'll have to go to the scorecard to see who got ahead of who.
2 more reps to go, Cam.
I think they were looking for a finish mat on that one. Trying to run across the line.
Lane number 6, British Frog Squad out of CrossFit Nottingham. On the final weight, you got your 2025 champ, Lucy Campbell. What hurt wrist?
They kill 3 reps as he hang on to it here at 545. Nation Finland will run it across the line. Lucy Campbell finishing up first.
Lane number 5, Fossils in Motion at CrossFit Omnia.
Platform 3, All-American Girls on the final bar with Krista Smith chipping into the set attack.
Chocolate box star screen bringing it across the line and platform number 8. So going to the 8-minute mark.
Left side of your screen. The number to get to is 60, as Fossils have 2 more reps remaining. And on the left side is the All-American Girls, being anchored by Trista Smith. Fossils will be done. Trista Smith has 3 reps remaining for her. Oh, and that step 4, that's a no rep, so they'll still have 3 reps to go. All-American Girls out of Camp Rhino You got Ava George, Grace Lochner, and Trista Smith on the team. They are the last team on the floor.
All right, Miami, here we go. Barbell is overhead now. Let's make some noise for them. Here we go, Miami.
Ooh, the old
I hate that.
Still plenty of time. Time cap's 8 minutes, 90 seconds to go, 3 reps. And it looks like the game of the Spider-Man meme of pointing at who's going to go next.
You go.
And it's going to be Trista Smith.
Trista do the short straw on that one.
Final 3 rounds for Trista Smith. She got the first 7.
Ooh. Looks like she's going to go right from the front rack.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, holy cow. There's a lot of flexibility there. Jeez.
2 more reps for Trista Smith. Final one for the All-American girls.
Oh.
45 seconds. 1 more squat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get loud again. 40 seconds. Here we go. Bars up. Under 30.
Here we go. Last rep.
Nice.
Here we go.
That'll do it. Now, time stops when the last rep stop, which is important. There's no running to a finish line. There's no running to a mat. As soon as that rep is over, it's over. And that's, I mean, with this type of platform, very smart move from a safety perspective, not sprinting across the floor. 3 heats down, 4th and final heat for the elite women coming up next.
You make some noise if you want a free whoop band.
Bear Gross, what a phenomenal performance from your team.
I hear it over here.
The youngest team in
How about
the
this?
field. What is it like competing against all of these women that have been seasoned veterans on the field, but making your own? You went all 10 of the final reps. What's going through your mind? Trying to make a name for yourself, huh?
Yeah, try, of course. No, I think it's amazing that we are getting this opportunity and, yeah, just trying to, prove something, I guess. But, yeah, mainly enjoy and, do our best.
Ladies, congratulations. That was fun. I'll see you later.
That was so cool.
Teams of 3 in lane 1. We have Team XMD. In lane 2, the Swedish House Mafia. In lane 3, the Reebok Crew. Lane 4, the Broadway Girls.
You can make some noise for your teams. Come on.
Relight Southbays. Lane 6, the Yeti Outcasts. Lane 7, Froggy Girls Who Don't Run. Lane
4th and final heat making their way out to the diamatized lifting platform as we're getting set for overhead squat. I'm Chase Ingram. Alongside of me is Bill Grundler. Bella Martin will be joining us on the floor later. And Bill, in lane number 10, it has been a long time coming, but the daughters have finally come together as we have Annie Thor's daughter, Katrin David's daughter, and Sarah Sigmund's daughter together for a team for the first time.
Yeah, that's like decade in the making right there, right?
Yeah, just about.
How crazy is that?
Just about.
But I think, this is one of the things the Tier Wodapalooza is so great about is pulling these gigantic names, the icons, the legends of the sport together in a situation that you would never see them in any other. So I think we've all been waiting to see not just the three of them compete against each other, but the fact that they're all on a team. It's like you talk about a super team. It's a super name team, that's for sure.
The amount of podium finishes between the three of them, CrossFit Games championships between the three of them. Annie Thorsdottir is an absolute icon of the sport that inspired girls like Katrin Davidsdottir and so forth, and Sarah Sigmundsdottir, and thousands of young girls across the world to get into CrossFit in general, not just the sport itself, but being like, hey, this is okay to do something like this, to be strong, to be fit.
That is what a woman is in CrossFit. I mean, they've defined that. It's amazing.
3, 2, 1, go. Ladies and gentlemen, our final heat.
Fourth and final heat underway. 30 overhead squats at 145 pounds. After that, they'll go to 20 at 175, 10 at 195. The time to beat, Bill, as we talked about it, maybe a decade in the making of icons in the sport, is 3:07 by the Little McDaughters, which is more the Irish contingency. Every single one of them was 18 years old, and they have now the fastest time on the board.
So can the daughters beat the Little McDaughters? That's going to be interesting.
Look at that. 60 seconds per set is the pacing that you have to beat. With 30 reps at 145. Let's see Kyra Milligan.
I mean, you have to think. Look at that squad team right there. Olivia Kerstetter, Danny Spiegel, Kyra Milligan. I mean, that is a squat team right there.
Yes, it is a squad. They put the quad in squad. I got it out. There we go. I'll work on that,
fair.
folks. I'll bring it back again tomorrow, and you just pretend like I didn't screw that up today.
That's fair. Look, they're already through that first set.
Set one is done, changing out from 145 to 175. It's the biggest jump we have, and Danny Spiegel's making her way to the bar for the first time.
175 racked overhead, and she is on.
We're at the minute 30 mark. We're at the halfway point between the best time and these athletes. Danny Spiegel, who took 6th yesterday in the individual competition, as the rest of the field is trying to keep pace.
Oh, man, Danny holding on to that bar. Look at that. And this is what is really interesting on the set of 20. How many do you want to go in that set of 20? Or should we save her for them? But guess what? I mean, we got Olivia up there.
Yeah, I think Olivia Kerstetter will be just fine as the anchor leg.
Well, and this is probably one of the only situations we'll see this. 30 unbroken for 1, 20 unbroken for 2. Livia's going to be up for 10 unbroken for the last one.
20 unbroken at 175 as they change the weights out and lay the stage for Olivia Kerstetter. She has 30 seconds to hit the time to beat. Here comes Olivia. One of the strongest female athletes in the field in individual competition.
Wow.
5 reps left to go. 4. Really bad time to cut away.
Get on Olivia right
It's going to come down to this and come down to seconds. The time stops when he's done. And with a look to the judge, she'll sneak just ahead of the McDaughters time of 3:07.
Oh, we got a lot to talk about with that one. That is crazy.
Lane number 6, Shelby Neal is trying to close things out.
Shutting it down. 3:03 for the
And they'll be done. Maybe 1 second ahead of Las Mejas' time. Team XND is complete. Alyssa Fuliano's done.
As well as the Reebok crew here in lanes 1 and 3. 3 minutes and 40 seconds in.
Abby Dommett, lane number 5, Relight Salt Bays.
Catherine Davis' daughter, one more. She'll lay out that signature smile.
Closes out.
And get it done.
The daughters are in as well. 3 teams left. Swedish House Mafia. Shout out to the team name.
Just a few reps out here.
One more team left on the floor. Lane number 9, right side of your screen. That's the Capra Collective out of Switzerland. Limitless Power CrossFit. Nicole here, Aline Wirtz, and Miriam von Rohr. Wirtz and here did the individual competition. The last 2 days as Miriam von Rohr is looking to anchor things out for her final set. 2 reps left to go.
Oh, man, little buckling to the elbow there. Oh, ooh.
Well,
wow. Not only is she flexible on the shoulders.
What did we say yesterday? If we're going to miss in style?
That was a good one. That was a good one.
2 more reps to go.
2 more reps, plenty of time. We still have 3 minutes left to go.
One time. Come on, Miami, make some noise.
There we go.
Now, Tres Leches didn't get a score. However, they are out on the floor, so we'll have to see what happened with their timing. But we do know that Froggy girls who don't run and apparently overhead squat takes the time to beat by just 4 seconds ahead of the Little McDaughters. Anchor being Olivia Kerstetter, and those 20 unbroken overhead squats by Danny Spiegel in the middle is the difference maker.
Froggy girls who don't run, but you definitely lift. That was a joy to watch. Kyra, you competed this weekend already as an individual. You're here on a team with 2 of the other strongest females in the field. Talk to me, how'd you create this team?
Honestly, just look for people who didn't run. I texted Danny and I was like, hey, do you want to be a part of this? And she was like, I'm in for the team name. I don't think she's ever said yes to team until that name.
So we had the team and maybe the outfits, and then we've got the name going on. Danny, what are some of the things you've already experienced this weekend that you're excited about? Wodapalooza, you are one of our fan favorites forever and ever, years and over years.
It's just always fun being here. The crowd is always so great. Thank you guys. Everyone here is so amazing. It's so easy to get out here and suffer when you've got everyone just cheering you on. It makes it worth it. So that's what I'm excited for. You guys are awesome.
Olivia, I know you didn't want me to ask you any questions. I have to do it. I'm so sorry. You are one of the strongest women in the entire elite individual field. You have 2 phenomenal teammates with you. What are you hoping to gain from this weekend, whether it's experience, just having fun with your girlfriends? What are you looking forward to?
I mean, yeah, just a good time before things get serious when the season starts. And I haven't done much team, so there's no better people to do it with than them. So I'm just really excited to have fun and, yeah, obviously gain some experience while I'm at it.
Ladies, that was strong. Great job. I'll see you out there. Congrats.
All right, here we go. Heading down to platform number 1, team aggressively averaged. Platform number 2, the rookies. Platform number 3, Norwegian Krager boys. Platform number 4, CF Complex. Platform 5, Team Buffies. Platform number 6, the 1 Minute Men. Platform 7, Invictus Miami. Platform number 18, Krypton. Rounding out heat number 1 of your elite men's division, Strong.
We'll go live after the 2-minute call. Okay. We have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when I want to go live. Okay.
2 minutes, athletes. 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you. We good? Yeah. 50 seconds before we start, maybe you can start talking to enter the QR code. Okay, so it's gonna go now then. Okay. Get that
Which one? The women are done. It is the men's turn to take on event number 1 here for overhead squat. I'm chasing him. Along with me is Bill Grunler. Scan the QR code and find out more about Reign Total Body Fuel, the official drink of Tier Wodapalooza. 0 sugar, BCAAs, 300 milligrams of natural caffeine. It is the official energy drink here at Tier Wodapalooza. Bill, we saw the women go some fast races. 3 minutes was close to about the fastest time we have. 205, 245, 275. Are we going to see some of the similar time frames with the men?
I think we can see a lot of the similar time frames. I think what will be interesting is the fact that we saw the team of Danny and Kyra and Olivia do, one person does 30, one person does 20, one person does 10. I think that might pull some of the egos out of some of these guys to be like, hey, okay, our ego wanted us to do that. Now maybe we can do that. So I think that we're going to see some fun attempts at doing that, which is going to make this really interesting race. Maybe not in this heat, but as we get going.
Sorry, this heat.
Not that you can't. Well, all right, I'll throw it out there.
One of the fastest times was in heat number 1 for the women.
That's right.
And we are off 30 overhead squats, 205 pounds on the bar for the first set.
205 pounds on the first bar, bumping things up to 245.
Teams on the left side of your screen, that is the rep count that they are on.
Those placards on the platform. Saying 30 right now.
First couple teams side to break. Again, it's not about winning that first set of 30. You want to be able to handle the last 15 reps, the last 5 of that set of 20, and then that final 10 to see what you're going to do with that.
Some incredible performances on the women's side. And some good strategies. If you have athletes where the weight is not a problem, you can do some pretty impressive things with your team.
You know, I'm really kind of looking across the floor to see what sort of hand placement a lot of these athletes are doing. Generally, you're going to see some narrow ones, unless you're a really tall athlete. But we do see a handful that are going super wide, which to me just tells a lot of shoulder inflexibility. They need to go a little bit wider to have that rotation.
Invictus Miami is in the lead in lane number 7. You have Carlos Labarte, Phil Muscarella, and your Latin American men's champion, back-to-back champion, Roldan Goldbaum on that team. We saw the same thing in Heat 1 for the women's team. They had Mariana Mesa on it.
Got to pull those champions onto your team.
Norwegian Cracker Boys on 3, switching out.
Invictus Miami. Looks like they have nearly a 10-rep lead on the next closest team. That bar is at 245 pounds for 20 reps. Lane number 4, CF Complex. Another team out of Mexico. Marco Saldana, Ricardo Garcia, and Juan Garcia. Sorry, Jose Garcia.
Just about 2.5 minutes in, 8-minute time cap.
Right there in lane number 11, Philip Mascarella. Man, I see that guy in so many competitions now. Team athlete, good individual athlete. We always see him in the semis. Always see him on like outside competitions. The guy is just on a competition tour.
Invictus Miami is still leading, but this is Team Complex. Ready to win $5,000 with GoWad? Just scan the QR code around the event, lock in your entry, and you could win $5,000 cash. It's 100% free to join. Don't wait. Check it out now.
We're going to make quick work of the overhead squat. It's here at the Diamond State. 5 reps to go.
Oh, he's going for it.
275. 3 reps remaining.
Norwegian Cracker Boys.
Next team changing out their weights. It looks like lanes 3 and lane 4 are just changing things out, as Invictus Miami has 2 reps remaining at 275.
275. 1 more to go, struggling to maintain his stability. And he's going to hang on to it and jump that weight.
And that'll be good. 357. 357 for Invictus Miami. Lanes 3 and 4 next up at 275. Hand in the air for lane number 3.
354.
CrossFit Complex is trying to keep pace with the Norwegian Krieger Boys, another Oslo team. 1 rep left to go for lane number 3 on the right side of your screen. And they'll get it at 428. 1 more rep for Complex. And they'll hit their final rep at 275. Lane 6 and lane 8. Krypton.
Done right around the 447 mark.
Done at 447. Lane 6 might be your next team trying to finish the 1 Minute Men. 5th out of the online qualifier. That's lane 5, Team Buffy's. It's lane number 6 between these two.
Whoa.
You see on the right side of your screen.
Soda Strong's going to be soda dizzy after that.
The old squat and rotate.
5.5 minutes in.
We talked about this on the women's side, is that the weight that's on the bar, 275 for 10 reps. Not necessarily the weight being the problem, of what you had to do to get to that weight being the issue for a lot of athletes. But that 50-rep race to get to the final bar, and then that 10-rep finish, basically a part A and a part B.
Totally. Yeah, you don't want to call it a buy-in, but it's basically a buy-in. It is really impressive to see how some of the athletes out here make 275 pounds going from the front rack and going up overhead, or getting it to the back, and how they move that bar up and down when they're doing their squats versus others. For some, it looks like, oh, that's your 205. For others, it looks like, oh, that's your 375.
Lane number 2, the rookies out of CrossFit Exemplify. They've got 4 reps to go. Still plenty of time before we hit the 8-minute cap. Lane number 2, the rookies, has Zach DiCarlo, Seth Travis, and Nico Nunez. And then lane number 6, the 1 Minute Men, with Owen Bernstein, Mateus Ferro, and Zachary Gibbon.
7 minutes and 1.
So we have 1 minute left. So the rookies will finish. Still 4 teams left, and the Minutemen has been on those last 3 reps for more than their namesake. Or it could be the classic male team name, as they were good for the first minute, and after that, apologize.
30 seconds remaining, athletes.
You're talking about my comments yesterday.
I'm talking about overhead squats. Team Buffies, River Moore, Travis Moore, and Austin Rowe.
They've had a tough time with that weight. Part of it's just getting it into the front rack position.
Which is wild, because you think 275 for these, the caliber of these elite teams, nothing.
Right.
And it's like, hey, just do 275 for 10. It's like, okay. I might be able to, but it's like, oh, I can't even power clean it anymore.
Right.
Heat 1 is done. Time to beat. 3:57 by Invictus Miami. Second heat coming up next.
Patrick, can I plug in your phone? Excellent. Can I plug in your phone? Clara, will you take my heat sheets? Where are my heat sheets? Oh, this is the wrong event. Yeah, that's good. 3:57.
Travel faster and feel healthy. Understand and optimize your sleep. Get coaching and insights for every age, stage, and sleep. Track over 140 habits. Get a 360 view of your training and workouts. Never miss a second of day with a wise and powerful camp. Expect all new features all the time.
Bringing out heat number 2. Making their way to platform number 1. Maritime Boy. 2 minutes, athletes. 2 minutes. Platform number 2, Team Overskate.
1 heat down, 3 heats to go for the elite men's teams. These are your lane assignments. For overhead squad, we're at the Dymatize lifting platform. We have 60 overhead squats at 3 different weights. The time of 3:57 is the time to beat, set by Invictus Miami. Bill, were you a little bit surprised of the challenge that last bar was for the men?
You know what happened is some of the women's teams completely threw off my whole expectation.
Perception of what the last bar might feel like.
I was like, oh yeah, they'll be able to move that, no problem. That final bar, at least with that opening heat, affected these teams much more than we thought. So, we talked about how the 50 reps up to that last set of 10. But I mean, it's not just the reps. I think it's that stability, the shoulder stability. We saw a lot of quaky shoulders and arms going into that. So see if these teams have a better shot at it.
Ten teams on the floor. It is a sunny day here in Miami Beach, California, as we are getting set for heat number 2. Scan the QR code and learn to become an agent of strength. Put your passion for physical fitness, teamwork, and dedication to work with a career with the U.S. Border Patrol.
2, 1.
30 overhead squats at 205 pounds. Followed by 20 at 245. And a final 10 reps at 275. 8 minutes is the cap. Definitely needed that in the first heat. We'll see if we need it in the second. Got several athletes that are moving very well. Lane number 9, you have Maritime Boys out of CrossFit Ironstone. All the way down from Canada. Thank you for bringing your weather with you. Not a compliment.
That's nice right now.
Bill, what are your keys to the event?
You know, you got to think about being lost in translation here, lost in transition, which is how many times are you going to swap up the reps in that set of 30 and that set of 20? Be smart about how you're doing it. Know what you're going to do coming in there. And you really got to let your heavy hitters do their work. If you have an athlete that you know can move the weight well, don't waste them on the lighter weights. Really handle them and use them in the bigger weights when you really need that.
Save the big boys for the big lifts. Lane number 10, Team Primitive with Pet CrossFit. Renee Aponte. Ooh, this is a great one. Harold Diaz and then Luis Guillermo Nunez Hernandez.
Yeah, Luis. Yeah.
Lane number 2, Overskag. Team out of Denmark. Los Campesinos. CrossFit Pro 1.
So they were the first through that set of 30, but this is where it gets interesting. How hard did you push on that set of 30? Were you kind of warming up and relaxed with that set of 30, or were you really trying to push it and straining on that set of 30? They were the first, but I want to see what the set of 20 looks like.
205 pounds on the bar. Lane number 7 on the bar as well. Beefcakes, and they are moving that bar way faster than any other team.
Now, he did that last time as well in the set of 30. The other two guys were a little bit slower, but this was a really big opening for them, just like they had on the set of 30. So I can't wait to see him get on the set of 10.
Lane number 5, Los Campesinos. On the left side is lane number 7. Now these teams are trying to keep pace with lane 9 to their right as we step on Legos, which I can only imagine is a team full of dads.
You know that is for sure. Oh, yeah. Legos is swapping up their weights right now.
Lane 9 is changing out the weight for the final barbell, so lane 9 is to the bar first.
Let's see how it goes. 2:54 in the time to beat. Right now it's the 3:51 to be ready. 3-minute mark, and they're already 1 minute.
Just past the 3-minute mark. The time to beat's 3:57. Lane number 9's got to hold on if they want a shot at hitting 3:57 by Invictus Miami. 5 reps left to go. They're going to change out the weight or change out the athlete. Getting close to the time to beat of 3:57.
2 reps to go for Los Campesinos, and we step on Legos.
And looking in lane number 5, trying to get the final rep. And just behind, we step on Legos. 3:48, 3:49. So 2 teams ahead of the time to beat. Time stops when the last rep is complete, not when you run off the pad. But it is between Los Campesinos and We Step on Legos.
Yeah, Legos.
As your top 2 times. Lane 7 Beefcakes. Out of CrossFit Conquest. Done with their last rep. Lane number 10, Team Primitive. Out of Puerto Rico.
Woo!
And you see on the left side of your screen, 3:47 for Legos, 3:48 for Campesinos. And those are your new times to beat. Invictus Miami's time at 3:57, still good enough for 3rd overall after 2 heats. West Coast Express out of Coast Mountain CrossFit.
The time there on platform number 5 for Pro 1. As we cross over to 5.
Scan the QR code to check out Assault Fitness online and grab the best equipment to achieve your fitness goals. Assault Fitness being a huge partner here at Tier Wodapalooza. You scan that QR code on the right side of your screen. Always been a big part of this event. Lane 8 is done, West Coast Express. Team Primitive done as well in lane number 10. 5 more reps to go in lane number 3 with Tropic Thunder. Team out of Canada, Nick Esposito, Theo Kempfer, and Jordan Hayward. Oh, they are on the set of 20. My mistake. Wow, no wonder your squats look so decent at the end.
That's all. We got about 2 minutes left. They got a little bit of time. A little bit of time left.
Because you're not there yet. Lane number 2. Overskag out of Denmark. They've got 4 reps remaining. Lane number 6. Also in the mix. Lane 3 now has the bar loaded up for 275.
Oh, and no rep up there.
Still 3 reps for Tropic Thunder. Lane number 2, Overskag. Sorry, Tropic Thunder is done. That was Overskag. 1 minute remaining before we hit the 8-minute cap. Overskag on the left still has their final 3 reps to go. Lane number 3, Tropic Thunder, was late to the bar. Lane number 6 is done.
30 seconds.
Tekun Uman kids out of CrossFit Teka Uman.
30 seconds left.
Team out of Guatemala. 30 seconds remaining. Overskag on the left gets their final rep as teams Maritime Boys and Tropic Thunder are trying to get that final reps toward the time cap, and that'll do it. We have 2 new times. We step on Legos at 3:48, and Los Campesinos, 3:47 for Legos, and 3:48 for Los Campesinos. 2 heats down, 3rd heat coming up next.
Platform 5, Team Sweden. Number 6, Make America Great Again. Yes! Platform number 7, COW. Platform number 18, No Limits. Platform number 9, Team Eschung, Germany. Rounding out the heat, platform number 10, US Army Warrior Fitness Team.
I'm learning. No worries. Thank you.
Athletes, 1 minute.
Watch these guys. They could be really good.
Two heats down, 2 heats to go as Heat 3 makes their way on the floor here. The Diamatize lifting platform as we're in the midst of overhead squad. Time to beat was set in heat number 2 by We Step on Legos. 3 minutes and 48 seconds. 3:49 is the second best time we've seen. And Bill, we're 6 heats into this, including the women.
I'm starting to go all in on the power anchor part. If you have an athlete that can handle the weight, then you're obviously going to be much higher up on the leaderboard. And I don't mean just towards the end. I'm talking about even through the set of 30 and 20 as well. We're seeing our bigger, stronger athletes making those first 2 weights look very, very light. And you want that because you want the 275 to be like, oh, sure, I'll just jerk this up overhead. Not a big deal.
Couple athletes deciding to snatch that first bar. It's 205 pounds as we go 30 total reps at 205, and a quick transition already in lane number 4 with CrossFit 1124.
Final weight, 275. As they see fit, 547 is the time to beat. Coming by way of We Step on Legos.
Now, Chase, you're talking about the quick transition we saw with some of the athletes. If you look at that yellow line across the middle of the floor behind the platform, that's the transition area. So they have to make that little bit of a distance. Not a big, long run or anything like that. So you can very easily take your time to make that switch. It is close, and I haven't seen anybody really take big breaks on the lighter weight. So we haven't seen that yet. I kind of wish someone would test it out.
It's first of the transition. Looks like in lane number 4. CrossFit 1124. As they move to that is not the right weight on the bar, gentlemen. You are about 20 pounds shy. A clever move. As Bill Grundler says, it's play to the game that the judge gives you, and it looks like in the lead in lane number 6 is Make America Great Again.
Thank you, fellas.
And thank you so much for doing so well in the first 30 reps that I could say your name. Make America Great Again on the right side of your screen.
Nice narrow grip, trying to make it easy on the wrist. Much more supportive in the shoulders. Just make sure you get that depth, my friend.
Lane number 4 on the left side is CrossFit 1124. We're just past the 2-minute mark. Time to beat 3:48. We still have 1 more heat left to go. 20 reps at 245 pounds. 5 reps left to go for Make America Great Again.
Woo! 20 unbroken.
Now creep it up in the mix.
Oh, failed on the last rep for Make America Great Again.
Tough part is getting that bar back over where it needs to be. One more rep for lane number 6, as well as lane number 3. So upper middle, Make America Great Again. Lane number 3, you have Carolina Dogs. And CrossFit 1124 is first to the bar at 275.
Power anchor, right? Your power anchor.
The time beats 3:48. He's got 2 reps to get there. 11:24 will get it at 3:31. And lane number 6. Make America Great Again. We'll do a quick switch. 3 reps left to go. One rep. Final rep done from MAGA. And that was a close finish between lane 5 and lane 3. And it looks like we'll have to go to the tents because Carolina Dogs and Team Sweden both ride at 4:12. Final rep for 9. CrossFit Fort Vancouver. Lane 8 on the right side machine. Team No Limits. They'll finish their final 10 reps underneath the 5-minute mark. 2 reps left for CFW, CrossFit Westfield. Team Katronic Germany. I don't even know what that means.
It means super flexible shoulders.
Is that like a new music genre?
It is. You didn't know that?
Katronic?
Wow. Something like that.
If anybody wants to know how old Bill and I are, there you go.
Oh, no rep on that.
Coming up to the 6-minute mark, 2 minutes before we hit that 8-minute cap. Plenty of time for these final team to finish off their last set of overhead squats. You got Max Krieg for the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team. This is a heck of a heat, Bill. We got the U.S. Army Warriors. We got Make America Great Again. This is a red, white, and blue heat number 3.
Got my big old salute going right now for you fellas.
No one's gonna talk to us.
2 reps remaining. Max Krieg, who had a good performance on the individual side. Max Krieg finishing up in 9th overall yesterday. So a good top 10 finish for him as the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team has 2 reps left at 275. See if Max Krieg can bring him home.
Whoa. Speed wobbles all the way up top to bottom. Look at that. Hold on to it.
There you go. And that'll do it for heat number 3. New time to beat. CrossFit 11:24 is the 4th and final heat here for team event number 1. Coming up next.
Boys, it's fun to see you in Miami. Last time I saw y'all was at the games. You absolutely blew us all away with how you did, but I think that's exactly what you thought you were going to do. What are you going to do this weekend?
Well, for starters, we're going to have a blast. Miami's always a good time. The weather finally turns. It's better than kind of weird the last couple of days. But with my boys, I got my younger brother in the crowd. It's going to be a great time all weekend. And we plan to make some noise out on the competition floor as well.
Good to have you guys. Your younger brother, Sydney Smith, out in the crowd. Congratulations, 1124.
Thank you, Bella. Thank you.
Just want to give a big shout out to our official team chip up here. Wodapalooza, the good folks in the background with their official mascot Boone. Everybody say hi to Boone. Make some noise, get a little bit of swag. And if you haven't tried their beef chips, please make your way over to their booth. They're absolutely delicious and super clean, packed with protein. Boone's main man Dylan there running with her, slinging the shirts, hooked Mike and I up a little while ago. And they are absolutely delicious. You guys gotta try them. The official beef chip of Tier Wodapalooza. Thank you, High Ground, and absolutely thank you, Boone. See ya, buddy. Who would you rather have?
Fourth and final heat making their way here on the Dymatize lifting platform for overhead squad as your top 10 seeded teams make their way out for their first event of the weekend. And we have a lot of new faces that are familiar faces on the individual side that will be now competing team. As you see Jason Hopper in the center part of your screen. He'll be on Team PJs. And Bill, if you have to ask, you can't afford it.
I wasn't going to ask.
Probably shouldn't.
I wasn't going to. It was fine.
Guima Heros. He's on Team Mayhem Tres Leches, the most common and overused team name here at Tier Wodapalooza.
Team Mafa, make America great again.
As you see your 2023 Games champ, Jeff Adler. Teamed up with Jason Hopper and Pat Vellner. Time to beat 3:31. From CrossFit 11:24 in the previous heat, that time of 3:48 was set in heat number 2.
It's crazy because up to now, the first 3 heats we're talking about how strong are your athletes, what are they able to do? Is that 275 going to be something difficult for them or not? And now all of a sudden we have names that we know can hit these weights. Tudor Magna, Jack Farlow, Guimar Eros. We have Willie George in there. We have Jeff Adler in there. We have some big names. So it's really, I think that now the races will look a lot different in this heat just based on this. Because, I mean, this is a team event, yeah, but you can use a lot of individual talent in this particular event.
2 CrossFit Games champs in the field with Jeff Adler and Justin Medeiros. And we are off 30 overhead squats at 205 pounds. Willie Georges leading things off for his team. You can see Jeffrey Adler on the left. And Bill, it's not about, sort of say like Jeff's so strong. It's not just about having strong shoulders, but it's about having a strong bottom as well.
Oh,
hitting
yeah.
the bottom of the squat and just trying to stay stable.
Well, you want to be stable. You don't want to overshake yourself by coming up too hard and too fast. I mean, look at some of the athletes out there. Look at Noah Olsen up at the top of the screen. Right there he is. Look at that rapid fire. So that's tight, strong hips in the bottom position. We know about his shoulder stability. And this may be one of those teams that we do. One does all 30, the next is all 20, and your final does all 10.
Justin Medeiros in lane number 7 in the mid part of your screen. Always has such a fantastic overhead position. 205 pounds to go. This looks like the Scholars over in lane number 2 out of CrossFit PSC with Jack Farlow, Benoit Boulanger, and Tudor Magda are in the lead. As teams will transition, as you can see Travis Mayer, the patron saint of Tyler Watkins, onto the platform, and Kima Harros. We'll see how many overhead squats he can rip off. Maybe see the same thing we saw with Danny Spiegel.
I think we're going to see that a lot in this heat. But wow, look how fast he is going. Holy cow.
And they're going to switch over to Jorge Fernandez. Travis Mayer still has the bar over his head for the boys. You've got Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, and Travis Mayer on that team on the right side of your screen. Guima Harros, Jorge Fernandez, and Saxon Panchek on the left in lane number 6.
Travis getting those speed wobbles.
Oh.
Coming down.
Fernandez is done. Team Gowad is starting to pull ahead with Medeiros, Pepper, and Georges. They're in the bottom middle part of your screen in lane number 7. Dallin Pepper takes a break as they change the weights out to 275. Guy snatches the first rep with a grip made for pressing at 275.
Wow. I mean, if you got your heavy hitter snatch monster like that, jeez.
Guy's trying to keep that bar over his head, but Justin Medeiros in lane 7 is closing quickly. Guy drops the bar. Down in lane 7. Justin Medeiros has 2 reps to go. And Medeiros will get it at 245 at the same time. So we'll have to go to the clock because Mayhem had enough time to sneak in. So is it go on or Mayhem? Either way, both times are well under the 3-minute mark. Let's see Jason Hopper. He needs stability in the shoulders but power in the bottom. To make sure you keep that weight up, especially under that much fatigue. Nick Matthew on the far right side of your screen working through 245. Far left side of your screen, you see Moritz Fiebig for Team Smartwad. Work on in his final rep at 275. We just hit the time to beat of the coming into this at 331. I think we had 7 teams finish below that.
And we talked about that, like completely different heat based with the heavy hitters we had out here on the floor.
Lane number 1, Team Supra North. It was Alex Vigneault. He's on the team with Jeremy Vigneault.
Do it.
No. I'm just going to call you Eric. If anybody speaks French, they're welcome to come say that name. Alex Catoulis trying to hold on to the bar for Tonka and camaraderie. 5 reps to go for both teams. In lane number 1, Team Super North out of Canada. Not enough, so 3 reps remaining. Nick Matthew on the right's trying to close things out for his team. Alex Vigneault's on the bar as well. 2 reps for Nick Matthew. Final rep. And that'll do it. Final rep for Alex Vigneault and Super North. And that'll do it. As we have 1 team left. And they are just getting to the final bar as Team MAFA Make America Fit Again. Gage Barone, Phil LaFleur, and Jordan Reichart. 10 reps at 275. They're going to have 2 minutes to get there.
Folks, we'll get there. Plenty of time on that clock. 2 reps in.
2 reps down, working on his third.
Ooh, man, he brings that down.
Man,
That's like,
that was.
I can't tell if it's like a garage door coming down or like a guillotine coming
I
down.
think guillotine is the more apt description of what that could be.
Creeping up on 7 minutes. That's it, folks. You know what to do. Let's make some noise.
Nope. And we thought we'd seen this. There's 1 minute left to go.
Just rest.
This is where I give my buddies high fives and say, nice try.
Great job, guys.
Nice
We're done.
try, yes.
We're done. We finished.
Live. It's event 1. But pride is a powerful thing.
It is.
But so is a 275-pound overhead squat if you can't do it.
I was going to say pride is a powerful thing. Ego's an evil thing. Get it.
You good enough for 4 reps?
Great job, guys. Tagging out. Tagging out.
2, 1.
And that'll wrap things up for heat number 4. As we'll have to go to the official scores to see who took the heat between Mayhem and
Tres Leches, welcome to Miami. It was fun to watch the 2 of you compete as individuals. Jorge, welcome to the competition floor. Event 1 done. Your team wasn't necessarily the team that other people were choosing to pick, but you've just done it. You've won event number 1. How does it feel representing CrossFit Mayhem on the floor?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, look, these 2 studs, you couldn't ask for more, especially this crowd in the sun, but it's fun going out with them, and they're a little tired, they said this morning, but they obviously crushed it, so we're doing good.
No, you said you're tired, Saxon. What have you done to prepare from elite competition the last 2 days to put on a couple more performances like this the rest of the weekend?
Just keep training, sleep, eat, and show up.
Man of few words. I'm not mad about it. Guy, I already asked you this question, but which one was more difficult, the complex or this squat workout with your friends here?
I think it was this one. The 400 was easy, actually.
I've never heard that statement before in my life. Do we have a team celebration? I saw yours yesterday. What are we going to do now?
I think he has the gritty going, I think.
Tres Leches, everyone. Entertainers. Congratulations, boys.
the 12 every single time, congratulations. That's also going to mean you're done with your 12, so you're moving a block or the sled or whatever, and then waiting for the rest of your group. So now on that team, you have alternating rest points as well.
And we've seen the sled moving independently of the blocks.
Oh, yeah.
2 teammates can carry 3 blocks. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it is the most efficient thing to do. And if you think, as long as you get there done, you can start. The same thing as when you're done. So maybe, all right, you're our best, you're our 12. You take the sled as fast as you can and begin. We'll catch up eventually, and vice versa. Once you're done with your 12, now start moving as much equipment as you can to the other side of the floor so that when our last athlete's done, we can just sprint across and start doing the burpees.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the heaviest, most awkward part of that sled. We saw what it looked like for the individuals earlier on their competition and what the loop-de-doos and the whoop-de-doos, what do you call them? The dooms
I
of
call
death?
the doom-dooms.
The doom-dooms, what that did to the individuals as they're pulling it across. So let that person work hard on the bar, on the rig, and then come back and then take a little bit of rest before they get into the burpees.
Although I will say Whoop-de-doons has a pretty good ring to it as well.
I like that
the
one.
blend of the
How
two.
did we not have that one earlier?
Well, we have it now, Bill. That's all that matters.
We're blending.
All blocks must be stacked vertically inside the designated area. And as far as the programming here, I've really enjoyed the moving block element that we've seen on the individual side and the team set.
Oh, man, it's been so fun. It is a piece that you just don't practice in your gym, and that's one of the things that I really like about what Wodapalooza does is they take these events and they move you outside the gym, so it's not something you can normally practice, and it's unique. I like it. I'm a sand kid myself. I love it. Put me in
Bill
the sand, I'll
does
be
love
happy.
the sand. This
I really
guy's
do.
been.
It's
I
been-
hate the sand.
I know. That's all right though. That's all right though.
We are past the 7-minute mark, so past the halfway point before we hit that 14-minute time cap. We are on our closing out of our second round of 3. 27 synchro block-facing burpees. The synchro must be at the bottom of the rep, so you don't have to move together over the block. You just need to be together at the bottom of the burpee portion. Once they finish this set of 27, we'll begin the third and final round, which will be a sled, drag, and block carry. 27 more bar muscle-ups with athletes doing 12, 9, and 6 apiece. A block, carry, drag, burpees, and then a sprint across the competition field. And the last person, this is a big deal last year, it's the last person's to finish is where the time stops. 8 minutes in, 6 minutes left to go. Looks like in lane 14, we have Team Ida, EYDA.
It's Danish. I don't know how to say that.
It's
How
not
do you say that?
Danish. It's annoying. That's what it is. Give us names. Hey, not a lot of separation. Oh, another Finland team, Team ALPE. I'll say it, ALP. If you give me hard names to say, it gives me free reign to say your name is however I want to. Reps on the left side of your screen. Team Propud out of Sweden. Thank dear European team names. My goodness. For the love. Finishing up, we're starting the third round. So this is the second to last carry these teams are going to have to do. And it looks like teams in lane 6, 11, 13, and 14. But it is lane 6 and lane 11. So in lane 6, you have Team Nusa out of Denmark. In lane 11, Team Krieger out of Norway.
Now, Team Nusa has Astrid on that team. She was in the individual competition. She did fantastic on the sled drag in the sand, so she's got to play that a little bit. Hopefully, time to use that for her team.
One athlete will do 12. One athlete will do 9. One athlete will do 6. You can see the teams on the right side of your screen working into their final set of bar muscle-ups. Once they're done, they'll take all that equipment back across the sand to the other side of the competition floor where they have 27 block-facing burpees. After those 27, it'll be a foot race across the sand with the last team athlete is when the time will stop. And you can see individuals taking equipment across. So once you have completed your bar muscle-ups, you are allowed to take your equipment back over while the rest of your teammates try to finish their sections.
Here in the sandbox, bar muscle-ups, heavy carries, and of course burpees.
It's that Team Krieger over in lane 11. Athlete that did 12 reps, brought a block across by herself, and is dragging the sled across by herself. Man, that's like double workhorse right there on that team.
Keeping our eye on the lanes. Lane 6 is done with their bar muscle-ups completely, and that is Team Noosa. That has Astrid Tin, Mia Faru, and Frederic Mallerup. We are just past the 11-minute mark. 3 minutes remaining. 27 block-facing burpees. On the left side of your screen in the orange and blue, that is Team Noosa. Team Noosa out of Denmark, 4th out of the online qualifier. We also have lane 14, Team Ida. And those of you guys watching along the left side of your screen, you can see how enjoyable some of these team names are to say.
Yeah, 5 guys.
Five guys.
5 guys.
Gaines and Roses, God bless you. Lycan Gang, that's how you name teams. Not Pro Pud. I don't care how good you are.
Don't be so angry, Case. So angry.
I have a hard enough time saying their team athlete names, let alone your team name in general. 27 block-facing burpees. This is the final set before we have a foot race across the sand. Past the 12-minute mark. 2 minutes left to go. In the blue and orange, it is Team Noosa that is trying to hold off Ida and Propet. Just separated by 1 rep. Now remember, all athletes must sprint across the sand. It is the last athlete to touch the green when the time stops. Hand in the air in lane number 14. That is Team Ida. Hand in the air in 11. In the air in 6. And there we go. Noosa. Time stops in the last athlete. That should be right around 12:53. Here comes Propet. They're in. Team Ida.
1, 2, and 3 with less than 60 seconds to go.
9 and 11. You have Base Wellness and Team Krieger.
Lane number 7 burning off. Team 5 guys. Lane number 5 in hot pursuit.
It looks like 7 got there quicker. Team 5 guys. 30 seconds remaining. Mayhem Baywatch is in.
Oh, I like that name.
I know, finally.
I like that name.
Lane 15's finishing up. Gaines and Roses.
To go for shorter and shortest. Lane number 10 burning it down. To the right.
Team Alp trying to race it out over Lycan Gang over lane number 18. And that will do it, as it'll be Team Noosa out of Denmark with Astrid Tin, Mia Faru, and Frederic Mallerup will take the first heat. There are only 2 heats of teams with these 20 lane competitions floors. Thank goodness for that.
You know, I don't think anyone was planning on really thinking that they were going to have to do 81 burpees. 81 burpees and carry stuff through the sand. Bar muscle-ups, please. That wasn't even on there. That wasn't even on the list.
Yes, a mere act of recovery for these athletes. Heat 1 is done. Second and final heat for the elite women. Now, coming up after this. One heat down, one heat to go for the elite individual female teams. As your top team on the leaderboard after one event. In fact, your top 4 will be in this heat. And the way this went, because of the carries and how to pace out the burpees, knowing what the time to beat is, or assuming what the time to beat is, 12-something.
12-something.
What can you learn from watching one heat and apply to your heat if you are in the second one?
Man, there were some very interesting ways that people were deciding to move the equipment back, and I saw teams loading blocks onto another athlete. Usually the first muscle-up athlete would be the one to take the heaviest piece across because they could take the longest to do that, while you had the other two kind of waiting to hold up. But after that, it was really being fast on the burpees, since that's a large chunk of time. 81 burpees. That's a big hunk of time there.
Heat 2 underway. Sprint across the sand and carry all the equipment back across before you start the muscle-ups. You must carry a sled and 3 of those ballistic blocks.
Before we can start 27.
Once the top athlete will get to there, here's your Diamondized team to watch. They're sitting in first place after event number 1. Froggy Girls Who Don't Run. It's a team of Danny Spiegel, Kyra Milligan, and Olivia Kerstetter. Of course, when you think about, all right, it's a weightlifting event with overhead squats, and we saw what Danny Spiegel did for those 20 reps and Kerstetter for those 10. This is another event because it's not really about the bar muscle-ups. There's a bit more of an aerobic component to this that they may do fairly well in.
Well, and it's not even necessarily like a sprinting part as you're doing that aerobic component. It's a power output, and you have 3 athletes that are very powerful, very strong. So I don't see the sled being a problem for them. I don't see the ballistic blocks being a problem for them. But I'm wondering what will happen with the 81 burpees. We saw earlier in the individual event, Danny had a rough time with that as far as her tempo. But this is where all these athletes on the floor have to have a very effective pre-plan, know well ahead of what they're going to do, then be very efficient about, one, how they bring the objects across and who they're deciding to put on the bar, and then what they do on the burpees.
All athletes onto the bar muscle-ups. One athlete must do 12, the other 9, and the third one 6. But once you are done, you are free to move the equipment back across the floor. Set up your blocks in the designated area. You can see the white rectangle boxes on the black part on the right side of your screen. All 3 must be in line and together, stacked vertically, before you get into your 27 block-facing burpees together. Now, the unique thing about the 27 is that, yes, we have individual components on the 12, 9, and 6. It was pick your best strength in the first event. Now we get to the first part of an event for these teams where you're basically at the mercy of your slowest athlete.
You are. You have to wait to see what they're going to do. And
Okay.
on the burpees, like, that's tough. You have to go at the pace of that slower athlete, or the less aerobic capacity athlete, and that's going to be really tough. You can see a lot of the athletes here trying to figure out what they're doing with the boxes. That's an efficiency element. And it's always frustrating to try to race and getting blocks in these nice little positions while you see other people racing around you. That gets pretty frustrating.
You see some athletes that basically kicked the blocks and took it out of the designated box, so they had to stop and reposition it. We saw Danny Spiegel carry 2 blocks by herself on her shoulders, but dropping them from overhead took more time to get them collected, as you said, back into those designated areas.
And I think, honestly, that we'll have teams that work together on a regular basis with a little bit better communication will actually do better than these teams that are usually just individual athletes.
As we're working our first set of 25 burpees over the blocks, are you ready to win $5,000 with GoWad, the #1 mobility app? Just scan the QR code around the event area or on the screen to lock in your entry, and you could win $5,000 cash. It's 100% free to join. Don't wait. Check it out now. We're past the 3-minute mark. The time to beat right around 12:50 from heat number 1. As these athletes are in and working their 27 block-facing burpees. Lane 11 looks like your early leaders, the Yeti Outcasts. Aptly named because you've got Shelby Neal, Emma Lawson, and Danielle Brandon, which was not on my bingo card of a team to put together for 3 athletes. And there they go. Danielle Brandon taking the sled first. Emma Lawson and Shelby Neal carrying a block apiece, leaving one block at the back.
So that means whoever's going to be the lower end of the bar muscle-ups is going to have to come back and get it. Ooh, now see now. If
But here's the thing: is that you can't start your bar muscle-ups
until you have all your objects.
Until you have all your objects across on the floor. So a bit of a waste of time to wait that long, because it's not like you need to rest to do 12 bar muscle-ups, especially with these three athletes.
Now watch some of the other athletes. Right there in the middle of the floor, you can see the athletes, 2 athletes taking 3 blocks, one on each shoulder, one holding the hand in the middle. Might be a little slower on the way down, but you don't have to wait at that point, so you can get moving it.
Now as lane 11, the Yeti Outcasts that were in the lead, that was with Daniel Brandon, Shelby Neal, and Emma Lawson, but that slow transition opened the door up for lane number 5, Fossils in Motion. That's the old CrossFit Omnia team with Alyssa Schauer, Madison McElhaney, and it was Hattie Kenya, but she subbed out after her individual efforts the last 2 days. Yeti Outcasts already first to the blocks. So they have been the fastest so far on the rig. I think cleaning up a transition of bringing the equipment back is a really good way to separate themselves going forward.
Well, the fact that they moved themselves right back up into that lead position after having that slow going back to the rig, I mean, that's pretty impressive. Imagine where they would be if they didn't have to come back and wait.
Yeti Outcasts. Daniel Brandon's bringing back a block. You can see Emma Lawson will be their last athlete for them as she moves to the block. Shelby Neal will grab it as well as Daniel Brandon resets the sled on the other end of the competition field.
And that's smart. Try to play sweeper with your team. Get everything nice and efficient so you can make your transition back on the cross.
2 blocks down. They'll need one more as Shelby Neal brings in the final block, and they'll get set for their second round of 27 synchro burpees over the blocks. So they are definitely the fastest team on the rig. Move everything really well. It was just that one poor transition afterwards where they basically just gave the lead back.
That's crazy. And I wonder if they're going to change anything up. Even though they made that distance up on the rig, this is what's really interesting. Can a team of individuals that hasn't really played with this or practiced this, will they be able to make a change on the fly? Like, that's what I want to find out with Danielle and her team.
Your early leaders in the second round, you have Yeti Outcasts. They're in lane 11. Fossils in Motion are in lane 5. They were sitting in second. This is finishing the second round of this 3-round event.
Start that round number 3 on the bar muscle-ups.
Looks like a little bit of a equipment malfunction. Not malfunction, but just not getting set. You have to turn your sleds before you can start your burpees.
Yeah, I think they had to get it past the flags.
So Froggy Girls who don't run are falling behind after getting first place in event number 1. Yeti Outcasts are your current leader still. Team X and D, or Fossils in Motion, hanging tight in second place. So you got lane 11 and lane 5. Outcasts are done. Daniel Brandon onto the sled, and we'll see what they decide to do the second go-around. Same thing they did the first time. So Daniel Brandon's taking the sled. They're taking 1 block apiece, leaving the other one on the other side of the competition floor. They do not have as much of a lead on the second round as they did the first. As you can see, watch lane 14. Lane 14 is trying to carry everything at the same time, and that is the Copper Collective out of Switzerland. As they were behind Yeti Outcasts, but as they're all carrying everything at the same time, they've caught up just off a transition alone.
It's crazy how you can have that much swing on this back and forth. but so much of movement, especially with in lane 11, Danielle Brandon's team on the rig. The fact that they're able to go from that and make up that distance is crazy.
Just past the 9-minute mark. Top time in heat number 1 was right around 12:40 as we are into our final round of the event.
Foster's in motion and down in lane number 13. Trey Chase.
Scan the QR code and learn how to become an agent of strength. Put your passion for physical fitness, teamwork, and dedication to the work with a career in the U.S. Border Patrol. Scan the QR code for more information.
12:53, the time to beat. Yeti Outcast leading the
Yeti Outcast done with their first 12-bar muscle-ups. Danielle Brandon pulling the sled across the field, but in lane 14, you do have the Capra Collective out of Switzerland. That team has Nicole here, Aline Wirtz, and Miriam von Rohr.
with their first implement just about on the other side of the sandbox.
Now, the good thing for Yeti Outcast is that this will be the last carry that they have.
Right.
They've been the fastest off the burpees over the block so far. They don't have another transition where they can lose more time.
That's a good thing
to
for
close
them,
out the third round. Yeti Outcasts. You can look at the left side of your screen. Capra Collective, Swedish House Mafia, and Relight Salt Bays are your top four teams. And Capra Collective just got a no rep. Not a lot of room for that in these final 27. 27 burpees over the blocks. In the center of your screen is the Yeti Outcast. Shelby Neal, Emma Lawson, Danielle Brandon. 3 athletes that are fresh, did not compete in individual competition. We have a mix of individuals and team. That's the beauty of this format here at Tier Wodapalooza. They've changed it up over the years, is that now you have an opportunity to do both with 2 days of Indy and 2 days of team.
Yeah, it really makes it really special for us, the viewers, to be able to see that and watch that. See some great teams being pulled together, but also for the athletes to get a chance to win a little money, see, test themselves individually, and then have some fun here as a team.
At the 11:30 mark, again, your time to beat is around 12:40 from heat number 1. Time cap is 14 minutes. Swedish House Mafia in lane number 7, trying to see if they can pull ahead.
2 reps to go now, Swedish House.
2 reps for Swedish House, 2 reps for Yeti Outcast. The time is the last person to hit the green. And it looks like Swedish House, as long as they get there in time, will just edge out Yeti Outcast. And when you're talking about seconds making the difference, that was the all due to those poor transitions for Yeti Outcast.
Oh, man. I mean, imagine if they would have had to move those to the other side and that was the finish. They would have lost. They just didn't have that same amount of efficiency moving those objects across. But great finishing nonetheless.
They'll be good enough for second as we are at the 12.5-minute mark. Now times from the previous heat are having an impact on the finishing places in this one. Lane 17, you've got the Little McDaughter sitting in second overall. Reese Littlewood, Lucy McGonigal, and Burgos Bjornsdottir. All 18 years old. British Frog Squad is in. All-American girls, Broadway girls, and the Daughters. Chocolate Box Star Strength in lane 18. Team out of Australia with Jen Green, Jessie Ward, and Caitlin Porter. They'll finish up. Right in the bottom of your screen, that is Gym Nation Finland out of CrossFit East Turku. Froggy girls who don't run are in, so they were in first coming in after the weightlifting event, which is no surprise when you look at the roster of athletes in that. But now the one that had a huge focus on how well you do those 81 block-facing burpees.
Well, and they also got a couple no reps on the burpees too, so kind of add a little insult to injury there. I don't really like to do this endurance part, and I'm going to get no reps at the same time on it.
So it looks like lane 7, Swedish House Mafia, with Lena Richter, Emily Lundberg, and Emma Tall pull out the win by a few seconds over Yeti Outcast. And now the teamwork starts to present itself with how you work together on the burpees, how you navigate transitions, how you communicate who goes first, who goes second, who grabs what, who doesn't. And that's the beauty of team competition.
Oh, man, the pre-planning on this one is huge, and we saw how either detrimental or successful it would be if you do it the right way. I want to see what the guys are going to do with that now. I want to see if it changed any strategies.
Reset the field as the women will be done, and it'll be the men's turn after this. But first we'll go to Bella Martin, who's with the second place finisher, Yeti Outcast.
All right, Outcasts. A win in the sand is a good one. Danielle, you're always a fan favorite at Wodapalooza, whether we're on the West Coast, whether we're in Miami. How does it feel to be back here?
Well, when you say it like that, it kind of puts a little bit of pressure, but I love it. I love some pressure. It's been super fun at this new venue. I love being on the beach, big sun gal, and I think our girls from colder weather, we all love it.
Shelby, this kind of Tetris of sorts is one of the things that was tripping up a lot of the teams. Do you think your engineering brain helped you guys navigate that so quickly and so well? Some teams are tripping over it. You guys just set them up and you were ready to go.
You don't gotta be that smart to put blocks together, so yeah, you'd think. I think, yeah, we just really communicated well, talked about every scenario that could happen, and just agreed to like communicate and stay in a positive mindset.
Emma, you guys are all very talented individual athletes. What do you think it is that brings the magic together with the three of you? Is it the social, is it the fun, or is there some secret sauce that we don't know about?
Well, I think a lot of things you just said. We have a lot of fun together. I mean, it's great that we're super fit too. I don't know, we just have a lot of fun together, so it's good, yeah.
Outcast, congratulations. Event number 2. We'll see you later.
Great job, guys.
We're going to pull up the leaderboard.
2 minutes.
Elite female teams are done. It is now time for the men, and this is your standings after one event, as we had the overhead squat event, which is a overhead squat strength event, and Mayhem Tres Leches with 100 points. Team Gowad just behind them, as your first heat of 2 are making their way onto the competition floor. Same format, Bill, as we saw for the women. Same numbers, same reps. Heavier weight on the sled, but other than that, not much different.
Well, and I think for the ladies having to move the 70-pound blocks, that's an annoyance. For the men, it's more of a formality. So now what really is going to be important is how you decide to move the sled down the floor. And I want to see how these guys are going to move all 4 pieces when there's only 3 of them.
This will be 3 rounds for time. Teams will have to sprint across the sand.
Now look at this. Look at the sand. We call that groomed.
Yes.
They groomed for the teams. I think that's great. That's great. But we're going to start off with 3 rounds for time. We have that block carrying the sled drag. 4 objects for 3 people. You have 27 bar muscle-ups. At the other end, you have 27 synchro burpees. Synchro, they all do it together on the bar muscle-ups. Someone does 12. Someone does 9. Someone does that last set of 6.
Now, what's nice, too, is that once you have completed your section on the bar, you can start moving your equipment for the team.
That's right. Got to be efficient. Got to be efficient, and it allows you to be efficient here, too, with those breaks.
Time cap 14 minutes. Again, this is heat 1 of 2. as your top team after event 1 will be in the second heat with Mayhem Tres Leches.
3, 2, 1, go. Here we go. First
Heat number 1 is off, sprinting across the sand. You got to take everything across. Sled has to get past the red flags. The blocks have to get to the green turf. 3 plates on the sled for 135 pounds total. Once all the equipment is past the flags and a white line stacked vertically, your athlete can start on the bar muscle-ups. Athlete 1 will do 12 reps. Athlete 2, 9. Athlete 3, 6. Bill, looking at this, what are your keys to this event?
Well, I was going to say, for those athletes, it's a pre-plan. They should have known ahead of time about what they're going to do, not just who gets there first. And efficiency is going to be key on all this. We saw how important the transitions and the way you decide to move the objects across back and forth is going to be key. And those that have the most efficiency and the best pre-plan are going to win.
First athlete finishing up their 12-bar muscle-ups. These rep schemes are going to be no issue whatsoever for any of these athletes. So it's about going unbroken, having a quick transition, as you said, Bill, and then doing everything you can to get as much across the floor as possible before your final athlete is done with his set of 6. I see a lot of different strategies. Some are taking the blocks, some are taking 1, some are trying to take 2, some are taking the sled.
I want to feel, sometimes it's interesting that like you could have a great pre-plan or it looks great on paper. But then all of a sudden you go through the first round, you're like, okay, we are not doing it that way. I want to see how many teams are going to actually make a switch on the fly once they figure out this uniqueness with all these odd objects.
All teams on their final athlete. That final athlete is only doing 6, and then he can come off the rig and start helping with the team. Once the equipment is off, the sled must go past the red flag. 3 blocks must be stacked within the designated area vertically before you can start your synchronized block-facing burpees. Left side of your screen is your rep count for these teams as Beefcakes out of CrossFit Conquest are in the early lead over Invictus Miami. Beefcakes have Evan Nathan, Zane Perry's, and Briley Smith.
And you thought it was crowded on the floor with the ladies when they were there. Double the size with all these guys out here, and it is super, super tight. I mean, it is literally, I'm surprised we haven't had anyone that's banged heads, smacked domes, throw a hip into somebody. I think I might do that as a strategy, actually.
I know you would do
just
that as a strategy.
Drag a leg, kick, knock the other team over, get them out of sync.
Beefcakes. Actually, it looks like they're extending their lead a little bit over Invictus Miami. Beefcakes are actually in lane number 12. Invictus Miami is in lane 17, so not near each other. These athletes don't really know where each other are, but we have a hand in the air in lane 15. That is also Team Primitive out of Pet CrossFit from Puerto Rico. We Step on Legos, who had a good finish in event 1, are also looking to be one of the leaders in this heat as well. Invictus Miami. And that's a one-trip transition that you need.
A one-trip pony?
I was going to say that, but I didn't really know how to I didn't really know how to make it work.
I think that would have sounded great.
Scan the QR code and discover all the products from Velitas has to offer. Your next step is to elevate your performance. It's just a tap away. Invictus Miami leading as we move into the second round of this 3-round event. This is a block party in the Rain Sandbox.
I think Invictus Miami, they must be about 6-7 reps ahead of the rest of anyone else on the floor. So that was a great transition. Again, moving everything over in one shot and getting right into those bar muscle-ups.
We saw the same thing for the women, is that no one is really going to separate themselves on the bar muscle-ups, barring a screw-up or maybe a potential
no rep. Yeah.
If you've got your ducks in a row, this should be a one carry transition.
Should be.
And so all eyes are on, as you said, those 81 total block-facing burpees being where the race is going to be. Invictus Miami, Carlos Labarte, Phil Muscarella, and Roldan Goldbaum. Again, Roldan won the Latin America Cup for the men yesterday. It's his second time doing so. And Invictus. And Bill, what I saw there with it crossing Invictus Miami is that the second athlete waited after his 9 until the 6 was done so they could both work together and carry all the blocks.
Well, see, and that's that timing aspect. It's like, okay, if you're the second guy, just get it done, then wait, let the other person do the small number of bar muscle-ups, and then you load each other up and you get moving with that. The other thing that I think that's really unique that we haven't seen in a long time, I've never seen Phil Muscarella's hair down. That guy's always had a man bun. I didn't even recognize it was him with all that hair flopping around.
Invictus Miami has a 5-rep lead on Beefcakes. Beefcakes is in lane number 12. Beefcakes in the gray, in the center part of your screen. They'll be on the left. As Invictus Miami will be in lane 17 on the right side of your screen, just to the left. As they're working their way through 27 block-facing burpees. And Bill, as you said earlier, there is zero room to basically get out of your lane.
You can't get any paper between these guys. There's just no way. It's that crowded.
Invictus Miami, 2 reps left to go. They're in the center part of your screen in lane 17 and extending their lead. They had about a 4-rep lead after the first round and now in a 6-rep lead after the second. Got to take all the equipment back. Pull your sled with 135 pounds on it. Take 3 70-pound ballistic blocks across the sand. And remember, in the first 12 years of this competition, we've been at Bayfront Park, and we've had some iconic stages there. Bayside, obviously, being the number 1 there, right in front of the beach. This is our first time here at Miami Beach for year 13. Already, the sandbox, I think it's going to be one of those staple competition floors. I put that in quotes going forward.
Without a doubt, Miami, the Wodapalooza brought swimming into the fold, where if you wanted to be any athlete, not just across the game, but any athlete, you had to learn how to swim. Now you're going to have to carry stuff in the sand. That's going to be a staple. You're right.
Scan the QR code now. Dymatize brings the excitement to you. Discover why everyone loves their top-selling products and explore the full range of offerings at Dymatize.com. Fuel your fitness journey with Dymatize and check out everything they have to offer at Dymatize.com. Invictus Miami opening up nearly a 12-rep lead as we have a new second-place contender, Los Campesinos. Not a name I would expect out of Canada, but when in Miami. I was just told that it means peasant farmers.
Oh.
Which, this might be the perfect event for that name.
Okay.
Just some good old-fashioned outside work. I hope that is true and not like a whispering eye joke from role models.
You were got set up on that one?
Past the 9-minute mark. Again, this is heat 1 at 2. Stacked field, a 20-lane competition floor as Invictus Miami continues their lead. Los Campesinos is trying to keep pace with them. They are in lane number 10. Final round of burpees over the blocks. And it is all Invictus Miami. And Invictus Miami actually had a great finish in event number 1. got himself a 11th place finish and trying to at least put themselves in a good position again. Tough to be in the first round or first heat of a 2-heat event, especially with one like this, because there's so many ways you can modify this and how to transition. Is it best to hold back 2 and wait for your partner, or everybody go at the same time?
Well, then also, like, they aren't, I mean, in all reality, they're not, Invictus Miami is not being pushed in this heat. So they haven't had to really, you know, put the pedal down and go a little harder than maybe they wanted to. They're just kind of cruising right now. They look great, but they're just kind of cruising.
Invictus Miami, you're on the right side of your screen. You have Minutemen and Los Campesinos. It's a tight race for second place, though, between Beefcakes, Campesinos, and Caffeine amount TBD, as Invictus Miami is done. Beefcakes in lane 11 might be your next team to finish. They're in the center screen in blue. Last person across to touch the green turf is when the time stops. So right around 11:33, Los Campesinos should be next. And it looks like they think they have to carry all their stuff back, and they don't. You can just run.
Just go, you guys. Go.
You can just run. West Coast Express out of Coast Mountain CrossFit across the finish line. Caffeine amount TBD. The Norwegian Krieger boys out of CrossFit Oslo are also in underneath that 12-minute cap, or 12-minute mark. Buffy's. Shout out to the great institution in Texas known as Buc-ee's. Team Primitive is coming across the finish line, as well as 1 Minuteman out of CrossFit Mount Pleasant. Time cap for this is 14 minutes. As Krypton, Samuel Baiano, Alex Smith, and Nick Andre. CF Complex, which out of Complex CrossFit, competing out of Mexico. Aggressively Average.
That's a cool name.
That's
a cool name.
Top part of your screen. Also done. Wind is picking up a little bit as Bill and I get subtle waves of Miami Kush from the spectators standing behind the gate behind us. So if I start to make less sense as the night goes on, it was not my fault.
It's legal, right? It's legal.
Not that I make much sense to begin with. Anyway.
Secondhand happiness.
Heat 1 is done.
Secondhand happiness.
Heat 1 is done. The second heat will be coming up right after this.
official rips and jump rope here at Team Wodapalooza. Thanks you guys very, very much.
Chad, will you just confirm with Nico that he will be on Adler's team? The team to watch, bring him all the way across. Nico, stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. Wellner's team all the way across the first carry. Thank you. Yeah. Just those wide shots are nice. So just tell stories. These guys talk. It's all good.
Oh no! The first mistake, I said it. What I do? He started from like. Roger, like. So the scoring was.
All right, heading down to the lanes. Heat number 2, your elite men. Lane number 1, Wad 9. Lane number 2, the Brave Colombian Elephants. Lane number 3, Carolina Dogs. Lane number 4, across the
Heat 1 is done. Second and final heat of the second event of the day. Taking the sandbox here at the Rain Body Fuel Sandbox, which is a competition floor we should get to know and love.
I already love it. I already love it.
In the sand of Miami Beach, year 13 of Tier Wodapalooza, and it has been incredible to see how much it has grown over the years. We got to be there in the earlier days.
Oh, yeah.
When it was at Bayfront, and there was more standing room then. Then there became no standing room, and now we are here.
Which we can get eventually. Can you imagine how we're going to grow out the standing room here? We got endless beach.
The setup here with the stands and the competition floors, the stretch of beach this takes over is
massive.
Like if you guys were at SoCal for the Tier Cup, this is about 10 times bigger than that was. Second heat of men getting ready to take on the block party. As we have our 20 teams. Front part of your screen, you see the thruple that is Jeff Adler, Jason Hopper, and Pat Vellner. Bill, got ourselves a block party.
Block party in the sand, my friend. 3 rounds of that block carry and sled drag. We have 27 bar muscle ups. Breaking that up, 12, 9, and 6. Carrying that stuff across the floor again for 27 synchronized burpees, and we can do that 3 times. And man, it's going to be a fun. It's been super fun.
Go. All right, heat number 2.
Heat number 2 is off. All teams chasing the time set by Invictus Miami. Your Diamondized athletes to watch. Did I say 2? Better make it 3. You got Jeff Adler, Pat Vellner, and Jason Hopper. You got a 3-time Tier Wodapalooza champ in Pat Vellner. A CrossFit Games champion in Jeff Adler. And then Jason Hopper.
It was pretty dang awesome. I mean, if you're going to be I don't say a rookie. He's not really a rookie anymore. He's definitely making a name for himself. But, man, he's on an upper trajectory, right?
I was informed that he is 2-0 in reps ahead. So my apologies, Jason.
Dang,
there
dang,
you go.
hey,
Congratulations.
Reps ahead champ.
Congratulations. Two-time.
Two-time reps ahead champ.
Undefeated. On to the 27 bar muscle up split between 3 athletes. Athlete 1 will do 12. Athlete 2 will do 9. Athlete 3 will do 6 as Jeff Adler just manhandles 2 ballistic blocks. Alongside him, looks like Noah Olson. Justin Medeiros to his left. So first athlete carrying 2 blocks, which leaves 1 sled and 1 block for the next 2.
Well, I mean,
that might be the best way to do it.
Well, the thing is, I mean, okay, obviously you can have one person do it, but maybe you wait. Maybe you wait so that it's not so difficult. Have someone move the sled across first. It's the slowest piece.
Well, with the 2 blocks going first, you don't have to navigate the sled on your way over there.
No,
so having a bit clean run of the heaviest pull that you're going to have.
Maybe.
As you see, trying to run around the sled, getting out of each other's way. Sled coming in second. The sled has to go past the flags. You see Guillermo Heros. That is Mayhem Tres Leches in the center. They're your current leaders. That is Jorge Fernandez, Guima Heros, and Saxon Panchik. They won event number 1 by about 6 seconds over Gowad. Gowad having Justin Medeiros, Dallin Pepper, and Willie George. Bill, we're not at Wodapalooza. We are at Tier Wodapalooza. Tier, always in front. Scan the QR code for all their apparel. Bill, you're rocking the shoes right now in the sand. Looks like they're fitting pretty well.
Oh, they're nice. They're nice and comfy. I've been rocking this sweatshirt like all day nonstop.
Yeah, this turns out to be the greatest sweatshirt I've ever worn in my life, just because of the weather we've had.
It's
in the last
been
2
very
days.
worn in. That's what I'm going to say. Very worn in.
27 block-facing burpees. As heat number 2, as all lanes are filled. 20 lanes here at the Rain Body Fuel Sandbox. Athletes finishing up their first round. Got a hand in the air for Team Gowad. Team Gowad hoping to get revenge on the 6 seconds loss they had in event number 1. That is Justin Medeiros, Dallin Pepper, and Willie George.
Dallin with those long arms, taking the 2. I think that's a smart move. When you got those long arms like that, I get it.
You got Pat Vellner as well. So not a lot of separation just yet between Gowad, PJs, and Mayhem Tres Leches. I'll throw the boys in there as well. I mean, you can't have Wodapalooza without Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, and Travis Mayer being on the team.
I know. And, we didn't really see them moving too much. They were kind of in the mix on the first movement of all the objects over. But they had some pretty fast burpees. And we know that the burpees is going to be a big deal. Obviously, the transition. But if you have decent speed on the burpees, you're going to be up there.
Now, of these teams in the lead, really it is Guima Heros, Saxon Panchik, and Pat Vellner, who is pulling double duty from individual competition to team competition. Vellner's leading off for his team. He'll take 2 blocks. Justin Medeiros is done as well. Medeiros in the lead.
Check them out, Larry Medeiros, Vellner, and Olsen, all with 2 blocks.
2 blocks down. Saxon Panchik is done for Mayhem Tres Leches. He takes 1.
How dare he only take 1? What are you doing? Come on, Panchik.
Lazy.
What's wrong with you? Now, it's crazy. Now, we have Pat Vellner just hanging out on the block right now. He's taking a rest. It's one of the things that we've known about Pat. He knows when to sit down and take a little breath. How many times we've seen that?
Look,
he's like, I'm just going to sit down and rest.
All the older guys know how to.
And then I'll go.
It's like playing an old guy in squash where
Exactly.
he knows the
knows where to
corners.
hit it. Right.
Your top teams there in the middle. Bottom right or bottom left, that's the boys. Above them, you have PJs. PJs coming out of CrossFit Crash. Jason Hopper, Jeff Adler, and Pat Vellner. Mayhem Tres Leches representing Mayhem. And then Team Gowad out of CrossFit Fort Vancouver. Into our second round of block-facing burpees, synchronized at the bottom of the burpee, 27 total reps. And it is a 3-horse race between Gowad, the boys, and PJs. A lot of potential for separation really coming on these 27 reps. This is finishing up the second round before we get to our third and final round.
And I just think that this is the hardest round because now you are wanting to push the tempo, but should you push the tempo? One, as an individual, you know what you can, you know what your capacities are, but can your team do it? Or how hard do you push your team?
See who moves first, and it looks like it's going to be Team Gowad, slightly ahead of PJs, with the boys right on their heels.
Whoa, this is going to be a close one.
Going into our third and final round. Pat Vellner leading the charge. Assault Fitness. Scan the QR code and check out Assault Fitness online and grab the best equipment to achieve your fitness goals.
So it looked like Noah was able to hit his first muscle up, but man, Willie George is right in the mix too. It's only 12. Like, I can't have these guys racing 12 bar muscle ups. It's kind of boggling my mind a little bit.
12 bar muscle ups for athlete 1. Once they're off, they can start moving the equipment back across the sand for the final time.
I just saw Willie George in lane number 12 break his set of 12 up.
Oh, well, maybe it's not just 12. I mean, it is 12 regardless, but the assumption that it's how hard can it be? We forget about the intensity piece of this. Noah Olson for the boys grabs to block Willie George at the same time. So even with that break, has caught up to Noah Olson and the boys. Right over the shoulder of Noah Olson is Jeff Adler and Saxon Panchek. Panchek on Mayhem, Adler on PJs. Is Dallin Pepper is down on the sled. Final athlete for all teams, working into their final set of 6. And first off the rig is going to be Team Gowad and Justin Medeiros. It's going to come down to these final 27 burpees over the blocks. Lane number 10, PJs. A few reps behind Team Gowad and the boys. Coming up to the 9-minute mark. Left side of your screen is total reps completed. The boys have a 3-rep lead on Gowad with Mayhem in second.
I mean, come on now. We have some of the biggest names on the men's field in CrossFit. They have to do 27 of these burpees. You want to go so fast. I would want to go so fast. Like, come on. We have to race. We have to race. This, I think, is the hardest thing and the most interesting thing for these athletes on these created teams. It's just knowing that communication, knowing that, like, how do you glue that together and keep that race? I think that's so difficult.
Left side of your screen is Team Gowad. Just to the right is Mayhem Tres Leches. On the right side of your screen, you have the boys and PJs. Final rep coming up. It's a race to the end. Now the time stops when the last member hits the top. And it looks like the boys are back. And they will take the heat here for heat number 2 at the 10-minute mark. That is good for an event win. And now we have a foot race. And as the last person, it's really Willie George versus Jason Hopper.
I have no idea who got that one.
Mayhem Tres Leches is in. That is definitely going to have to be a video review later. It is the last athlete whose foot hits the green turf. Next in lane 14, Tonka and Camaraderie. Nick Matthew, Brandon Shipper, and Alex Katulis. Lane number 8, Team Smartwad. Morris Fiebig, Harry Lightfoot, and Luka Jukic. Hand in the air, 1 rep left to go. As training culture at Across It Zaroots works their way across. That's Michael Wesolowski, Callum Clements, and Peter Ellis. Lane number 7, Sculpted Scholars at Across It PSC. Jack Farlow, Benoit Boulanger, and Tudor Magda. Make America Fit Again is your next team to come in, as well as Carolina Dogs. Team Sweden. Lane 15, that is Make America Fit Again. And Team Primitive is in. There's lane 17. They're behind lane 15 by about 10 seconds. 2 minutes before we hit the cap.
12 minutes in, gentlemen. 2 final minutes remaining.
Ooh, Bill, we're going to have to go back and look at that finish between. I don't think those times are.
Yeah, they looked a little
They're
closer
close,
than that.
yeah,
They
it's
looked a little
closer than
than that.
PJs were on the board because it was between PJs and Gowad.
I mean, they literally came
Mayhem
across.
Tres Leches was definitely in fourth, so we'll have to go back and check. Video review.
Video review.
Video review. Again, the rule is last man to finish, first foot on the turf, stops the clock. Team No Limits coming out of Brazil.
1 minute, 60 seconds.
Here comes across the sandbox underneath the time cap, Make America Great Again.
Number 1 will finish up.
And Team Wad 9 out of CrossFit Fort Vancouver. And that'll do it for the second heat and second event, as we have one more event to go. But it is the boys. And you're talking about, I don't know, what is it's the power of Tier Wodapalooza, where Noah Olson just tends to always shine.
I mean, he's the
On his
golden
home
boy,
turf.
right? This is his home, and he makes it look good, so that's a good one for those guys. Man, it's just fun to watch him out here. He has such a good time, and it's so fun to watch him.
So Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, and Travis Mayer take the event, and they'll be down with Bella Martin.
Well, the boys, we are so back. Noah, Chandler, Travis, welcome to the Sandbox for an event win. Noah, you are here every single year. You are a team athlete now. What brought this team together, and what keeps you coming back for more?
Man, these guys are my best buddies. Not only do we make a great team performatively when we're out here on the floor, but we also get along really well, and we've built a really strong relationship over the last decade of doing this stuff together. So I think that's actually our biggest strength.
Chandler, I know your training has looked a little bit different over the last couple months. You guys were saying this one hurt a little bit, and you're hoping it hurts the most out of all of them. What has your current training led you to into this competition this weekend?
My current training, as per usual, is trying to keep up with these guys as two legends in the sport. So they're always going to bring world-class fitness to this. I've maybe been doing a little less lifting and some more cardio stuff. But this workout was the Noah Olson show. We needed him to go be great, and he went and was great. So it's really easy to do well and be in the type of shape that I'm in, which is just okay when you got teammates who are as good as these guys.
Not true.
Well, if it's the Noah Olson show, Travis, it's going to be tough to follow. But at least you're on the Noah team, right? You always have a very positive and healthy mindset when it comes to competition. What does it look like for you this weekend coming into competing here at Wodapalooza?
I mean, just to have a good time with your buddies. I mean, we got a long season kind of ahead of us, and we wanted to start off feeling pretty good. So that's kind of why I withdrew from the individual side, so we could all be fresh and have some fun here. And I think that just displayed right there.
Well, it's been fun, the boys, the fellas. We'll see you tonight.
Thanks, man. Thanks, everybody.
Event number 2 is done, but we still have one more event left to go tonight at Tier Arena at 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time as we move to the big stage. That is the final event tonight. Race to the top. Third and final event will be coming up next.
Lane number 9, triple threat trio. Rounding out heat number 1, and lane number 10, Chimera, Mexico.
Sun setting here in Miami Beach, Florida. I got that wrong earlier today.
Well, there you go. You're on the right side.
We're not in California. The 2025 tier Wodapalooza. Event number 3 for the elite teams. We will start with the women as we have Worms Up, Hands Down. As we've had 2 events earlier today, we have 3 events tomorrow for 2 days of competition. We'll have 4 heats of 10 as we are getting set for what is going to be a fast and furious event.
And I really like how this happens. An up and down chipper. We have 15 worm clean and jerks by all the athletes. We have 15 cow on the Echo bike. All of them have to do that, so you'll see them all on the bike at the same time. Then we have a relay with a handstand down and back. Then we hit the same thing back, and we get to end up on those clean and jerks.
It's going to be fast, as we said, and like for usually when the worm is involved, 3-person worm here, is that a little pacing element. We'll do quick 5s and maybe take a break.
50 or 60 or something, right?
Not in this format.
Not this one.
We both love the fact.
2, 1, go.
10 teams on the floor. 11 minute on the time cap. And what's nice about this, a lot of times you'll see team events that just have a high volume of work, and it's more of a war of attrition than it is competition. In this event in particular, and a few of we're going to see this weekend, is that they're flipping the switch on team programming here this weekend.
I like the fact that we get to see the teams go fast instead of it just being like an individual event times 3, where the time cap is like 30 minutes, 35 minutes. It's an 11-minute time cap for this event.
15 worm clean and jerks. Once they move to that, they will all move to the bike. And Bill, you say when you're looking at the keys presented by Whoop, your first one just says get out of the way.
Get out of the way. And the reason I say that is because you don't have time to be messing up. You need to put, especially on the handstand walk, if you're the best handstand walker, get out there so you can get out of the way. But also on the bike, you're going to be kind of playing to your lesser or your not as powerful athlete. So you got to get everyone out of the way so they can get going. But because it's so fast, the tendency will be to want to race it, but you can't rush it because if you have any mistakes here, it's going to be costly.
First to the bike in lane number 3, Team Wadla out of CrossFit Oslo. Now 15 cows on the bike. Moving in second place is Las Mejas out of Mexico. 15 cows. The thing with the worm and the bike is that, you said it earlier, is you're playing to your, quote, weakest link.
Right.
You don't want to burn them out too early because you're definitely going to need them at the end because we're going to go bike to clean and jerks with that handstand walk relay in the middle. However, on the relay part, that's where you start to, the shell game enters the equation.
Well, and I think especially in this particular heat, we're going to be, you'll have to kind of worry about that. Okay, who are your better handstand walkers? Who are your faster handstand walkers? Or you're not so fast? When we get into the later heats, you know everyone is great at handstand walking. So then it's about who can go fast without messing up. But I think this piece right here, I mean, everyone wanted to go fast on the clean and jerks because that's a start. There's almost an element of settling in on the Echo bike.
Hand in the air on the bikes. It looks like lane number 5, Las Mejas. Team Wadlet just behind him, and here's the relay. Now it'd be one person at a time, yellow tape to yellow tape. The second athlete is not allowed to go until the first athlete has totally completed their handstand walk.
Well, you're a swimmer. You know how the relays go. How much of a lead are you going to think you're going to need to get while they're getting to the other side? But I like that it's a one-way down, hang out, and then one-way back. So what I do like about the way that they did this is they're forcing a bit of rest.
Ooh.
Wow. I need to turn upside down to watch her feet move because she is literally running. But you get a little element of rest, which is going to be great for on that way back.
Las Mejas, 2 athletes in. And then what they'll do is right when they're done with these 3, they turn around and go right back to the bikes on their hands. So not a lot of rest, a little bit going in. And so then it's like, okay, do we come off the bike, put our best handstand walker first? Because sometimes that's not always the same person.
I know, and that will be that strategic movement on each team. You got to play to your team's strengths. You got to know your members. But that is going to be something that's great because you want whoever's getting on the bike, whoever comes off the handstand walk last, they're going to have to go straight to the bike to go all out and then straight into those clean and jerks.
Las Mejas in lane number 5 already has their first athlete done with their second handstand walk. Ooh, that's kind of close. Both hands got to get past the line to count before those feet come down. Second athlete just flying across the competition field. My goodness, we've seen some fast handstand walkers over the years, and that is one of the fastest ones I've seen. As we are approaching the 4-minute mark, 11-minute cap for this event. As in lane number 6, Blacklisted Dogs, 5th in the online qualifier to get here. As Las Mejas gets their last athlete across, and they go back to the bike. 15 cows on the bike. Lane 9 is in the mix as well. Triple threat trio out of CrossFit Danbury. So you've got lane 5 and lane 9 on the bike as they are well ahead of the rest of the field in this first heat. We have 4 total heats. And the race is going to come down to the worm. So 15 cows, each athlete must complete it. And they will do the 15 worm clean and jerks. Ooh, lane 9 was not done with their first. Ooh, that's.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, lane 9 was on the bike. However, that was their first 15 cows. Las Mejas is
you got
alone.
Your time, though. You got your 15 seconds. There you go.
Las Mejas is alone in lane number 5 as far as leading this heat. They had an amazing performance in event number 1. Had a time that stood on the overhead squat strength event. Got 5th in that.
You got some strong athletes on that team. My goodness.
Well, it's a crew that you have your LATAM Cup champ for the women, Mariana Mesa, as the anchor for this team. 15 worm clean and jerks. Then when it comes to this, there's always the question, touch and go or quick singles.
Hey, you got to answer that question, you got to take a page out of the book of the best that's in the business. If you look at Mayhem, Rich Fronin and his team from way back in the day, this is what they would do, is drop it to the ground every time.
Check that QR code at the bottom as Rain Body Fuel. Scan the QR code and find out more about Rain Total Body Fuel. 0 sugar, BCAAs, and 300 milligrams of natural caffeine. Rain Body Fuel is the official energy drink of Tier Wodapalooza. A bit of a break here for Las Mejas. There's no time for this.
No, there really isn't, especially when you have these other heats that are coming up. But that's what you have to do. It's almost a reset, and that's the nice thing about dropping the bag to the ground is it is a reset. So it was a little longer, but they've been dropping it every time. So that's okay. That's all right.
Better to pause than fall apart.
Oh,
my one gosh. Clean, then you start getting into that rut. Worm hits the ground. You got to move the worm back. So if that's the break you needed to keep the pace going, Las Mejas, 1 rep left to go, and they must sprint across the finish line right around 6:46. Clock we have on the side is more official than the one we have on the screen, but Las Mejas will take heat 1 again. They did the same thing earlier this morning, and that early time ended up being 5th over the course of 4 heats. Blacklisted Dogs are your next leader in this heat
And I'm wondering why they keep moving them back. They're watching their feet bounce back every time they try to put it up on their shoulders. So they moved way back, and I'm wondering if the judge is going to force them to come up forward.
Well, they either move back a little bit, they're going to start running into their bikes.
I know.
Flat-listed dogs on the right side of your screen. Trying to hold off lane number 4, short, shorter, and shortest out of C4 Athletics. Flat-listed dog in that center lane. One more rep to go. And they got to get across the line. Now, again, the time stops after their last athlete crosses the finish line. And that is something that came into play greatly on the men's side. Lane number 8 closing in. The Lycan gang trying to run down lane number 4. It'll be lane number 4. Short, shorter, and shortest at a C4 Athletics. So Lycan Gang snuck in just ahead of them. As we have six teams left on the floor, plenty of time. That is Chimera MX, Chimera Mexico, getting across the finish line. 3 teams left. Got lanes 1 and 2 right next to each other. Danielle did it again in RXSG out of Argentina. So we have a team from Venezuela and a team from Argentina going head-to-head in lanes 1 and 2, and then over in lane number 7, looks like Lycan Latin Mafia out of Costa Rica, finishing up their final 15 clean and jerks. 2 reps left for Danielle did it again. They're on the left side in the red pants. 1 final rep for them. 4 reps for RXSG to the right. This should be the last rep. As Daniel did it again, will be done. It's Team Soul out of Venezuela. 1 minute remaining. That's lane number 3, Team Wadla out of CrossFit Oslo.
And they were really struggling with their last athlete trying to get across the floor, a couple no reps. But really happy they got across. There was a lot of smiles, way more smiles than frowns on that.
Well, sometimes you see that as like, listen, we know that we may or may not make the distance here for 15
Right.
total meters unbroken.
Yeah, a lot of great teamwork with these 3 ladies. You got to keep on keeping, fire up your teammates, keep them excited, keep them pushing all the way through. I mean, you only have 30 seconds left here. But if you know that you have one of the athletes that's down, and that's the last thing you want, especially to go into the end of the first day, is to have one member feeling like they can't contribute.
And Team Wadla out of Norway. I want to shout out to our buddy Roger, who is sponsoring this team, and he puts on so many events over there in Norway. Fantastic. I mean, you've been a part of some of those,
I know,
right? The Norwegian Throwdown.
Here we go, Roger. Get through that. Get through your surgery.
Yeah, get well, buddy.
Get well.
And that'll do it for heat number 1. But like we saw in event number 1, Las Mejas, unofficial time. You can see it's 6:53 on the side there. As we switch from heat number 1, heat number 2 coming up next.
Take it slow. Any bad vibes, hit the road.
One heat down, second heat making their way onto the competition floor. We have 4 total heats. After 2 events, this is your leaderboard. 40 teams in total here for the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza for the elite women in your Sitting on top of it just by 3 points, Yeti Outcast, Tres Leches, and the Little McDaughter crew sitting there in third place in a podium position after 2 events. Bill, you've seen this. We got to see it for one heat. This is one of those is maybe a slow, steady burn in heat 1, turn it up a little bit in heat 2, heat 3 it gets real, and then we start to understand what is going to be needed on this competition floor if you want to succeed.
Well, I think not just what's needed to succeed, but now we don't have any holes in the game. You know, we saw here there's some handstand walks might be an issue. Maybe it's timing on the worm and how you coordinate that. Maybe you don't quite have the power on the Echo Bike, but you know once you get to the big names up in the top heats that those aren't going to be an issue. So then it becomes who can push it without having any mistakes go down.
10 more teams here in heat number 2. Just awesome representation across the board. You got teams from Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, France, Germany.
It's a lot.
All in this heat. Not just represented here. And you've seen the numbers out there. Over 2,000 athletes competing here this weekend. I think it's 47 states represented.
How crazy.
Over 50 countries around the world represented. Yeah. And that's what the team here at Tier Wodapalooza is bringing to the table. It's always been like that. It's been a celebration of fitness. I think it's fitness, family, and fun when it comes to this weekend. And thank goodness we got the good weather rolling in today.
Oh, thank goodness! And if you haven't seen it, I know you can kind of look up into the broadcast there. We have some blue sky. We have a little bit of clouds out there, but it looks amazing.
These women are getting set. Now the time cap was 11 minutes. Only one team got capped, but it was more of just, what do we say, chink in the armor, right? It's like, okay, we're working as a team on the worm. Everybody has their own calories on the bike, and then once you get to the handstand walk, you're out on an island.
It could be, and that's what happened in that one. But I think, we'll see that across the board. Like you see some of these other teams, you have an athlete like right there in the center of your screen that's shorter than the other athletes. That's going to affect the worm. That's going to affect the Echo Bike. They aren't a lot of calories and not a lot of reps, but it can really disrupt what your team is going to do.
I don't know if I would say shorter just because she's standing next to 5'11", Astrid 10.
I mean, I'm just saying, relatively speaking, it's still shorter than the rest of your teammates.
You're shorter than she is. Heat number 2 is off. We'll start with 15 worm clean and jerks. Athletes will sprint across the competition floor, and they'll be working our way back with this sprint pyramid chipper. Most teams going for those quick singles, Bill. As you said, it's almost better to pace it out early and then make that call once we get to the end, because we'll be making a return trip to these clean and jerks.
Well, and it's just a reset every single time. So, you might have a good rep over the top, but if this is not something that you have practiced, then don't do it. Because you might get 3 reps, but then the bag's all over the place, and it will just disrupt the heck out of you and really frustrate you as a team. So I think these quick singles are fine, but you got to make sure that you aren't disconnecting from the bag. Get it to the ground and immediately get back down and pick it up.
6:53 is the time set in heat number 1 by Las Mejas. Early leader looks like lane number 1, Team Noosa. 4th-ranked qualifier out of Denmark. In lane number 6, it is Team Krieger out of CrossFit Oslo. CrossFit Oslo, who has just created this powerhouse of competitive athletes.
Always in the mix. Always, a lot of the individual athletes, but really excel even in the team. I mean, that's what we saw last year.
Especially in the team.
The way that they have, and that just shows how much depth you have in your box.
Which is interesting because this coming season with the CrossFit Games, the team's getting cut down to 20, but only one team can represent an affiliate.
That's right.
And Oslo usually has 4 or 5 teams that can go to the CrossFit Games.
Waiting for some hams to go. It looks like still lane number 6 is still really hammering up to that front. 15 calories on the bikes. All these ladies are really putting it down. Now, again, got to get into those handstand walks with a high heart rate.
And already off the bike, Team Krieger.
You don't want to say any of those names?
Man, I just don't want to disrespect them. I'm sorry. You guys got beautiful
Sorry for
names.
that pause.
Ronhild, Oda, and Var. I got your first names.
There you go.
You guys got beautiful long names. One athlete will go to time 15 meters and 15 meters unbroken.
It has to be unbroken. I love the fact that a lot of these competitions now are forcing that. I mean, yeah, there are the segments on the floor, but these, especially at this level, the elite level athletes, they should be able to get this amount done unbroken.
All teams almost off the bike and entirely onto the handstand walk section. And after this, they turn right back around. So 1, 2, 3, turn around and go back. You can change your order. So there is no specific order you need to stay in. So there's the communication part. It's like, listen, that was a tough go for me. Can I switch to the back of the line and maybe give myself some more rest?
You think you're going to go down and do a little pirouette and come back around?
Team's already working their way back. It'll be lane number 6, Team Krieger. The Rogue Invitational returns to Aberdeen, Scotland, October 31st through November 2nd. Scan the QR code for more information on how you can show up in one of the most elite off-season competitions in the space.
Starting to get a little bit of separation here. So even the Team Noosa down in the orange shorts is about one person behind lengthwise on the floor. So Krieger, they're putting a little bit of distance here, which is going to be great as we get onto the bike and into those clean and jerks.
Saw the same thing in the first heat with Las Mejas, and we saw the updated time to beat. It is 6:46 now.
Ah, okay, good. I thought I wrote that down that way.
Just past the 4-minute mark. Team Krieger onto the bike. 15 cals, 15 clean and jerks. See if any team will be match them on the bike, and it looks like lane number 8. Ooh. Mayhem Baywatch. And now lane number 1, Team Noosa. Team Noosa out of Denmark. 4th place in the online qualifier to get here. Krieger in lane number 6. They were so fast on those first 15 as beat 6:46 by Las Mejas in heat number 1. This is just heat number 2. We have 2 more heats to go after this as Krieger makes their way to the worm for the final time. Just they have 1 minute and 45 seconds to hit the time to beat. However, with 20 more heats left, and that was a blistering pace on the bike for Mayhem Baywatch.
I mean, we didn't even really see them in the first half. You know, they're just kind of in the mix. But, wow, they were right on the tails of Team Krieger.
Here comes Team Noosa in lane number 1. Team Krieger in the center. Baywatch above them. 2 lanes to the right. Krieger starting to pick up the pace.
You know, when you're talking worm work, that's exactly what you want it to work. It looks like almost a shadow of these 3 ladies as they're picking the bag up off the ground, getting it to the shoulder, turning at the right time. Lots of great movement.
See, Baywatch changing positions. So that gave Team Krieger a couple seconds to get ahead. They still have 1 minute to get the time to beat. As we are approaching the 6-minute mark, with 1 rep left to go. Now, last person across the finish line is the time stopper. So they get there right around 6:03, 6:04. As Team Noosa has 4 reps remaining, trying to run down Mayhem Baywatch. Team Noosa on the left side of your screen, Mayhem Baywatch on the right. They were on the heels of Team Krieger, but has definitely fallen off the pace after we saw that rotation. And with 1 more rep to go, Noosa might be a get ahead of them. And that was under the time to beat. So we've got a 6:04 and a 6:35. And the wheels are coming off for Baywatch at the moment.
And it's crazy that, though, I mean, we didn't see them because of the worm going out. They were able to fill in the gaps in between there, and the worm is just putting it on them. So much struggle.
We are hitting the 7-minute mark, so Las Mejas' time is good enough for 3rd. Even though we got 2 heats left to go. Race to the finish between the 2. Last person across stops the time. About a second difference. This team Propid gets across the finish line, which I heard was a fantastic energy drink.
I've never heard that. Wonder what it tastes like.
Winning.
Tastes like winning?
Now, Bill, I'm scanning to the left, and in lane number 2, Team 5 guys with Jessica Androsik, Nina Baragovich, and Kenise Campbell.
It looks like Kenise Campbell is
waiting.
down there. Yeah.
And Kenise is just sitting here waiting to see if she can get her handstand walk. If you guys look on the right side of the screen, there in the way back, as they are still trying to get their way back on their second handstand walk as these 3 teams are finishing out their final 15 clean and jerks.
I mean, I think at this point for them, get your 2 athletes down there, cheer them on, talk to them. They're trying to talk across the floor. You can kind of see that off to the very back of the screen there.
Base Wellness on the right side of your screen at the U.S. They will finish their final rep, get across the finish line at 8:30. Still plenty of time. It's an 11-minute time cap. And it looks like Campbell is going to attempt that handstand walk again. Dymatize brings the excitement to you. Discover why everyone loves the top-selling products and explore the full range of offerings at Dymatize.com. Fill your fitness journey with Dymatize and check out everything they have to offer at Dymatize.com. Campbell, just 10 feet away. Oh, no. No.
That one hurts.
You were so close.
That one hurts.
Well, here's the thing. They blew the horn, but there's still time. There's still time. Do it again.
I mean, you might
Do it
as
again.
well.
Do it again. Come on.
You got
Do it
some
again.
time?
These are the tough moments, right?
It's a growing moment right now.
It's a growing moment.
I mean, you're not going to beat anybody, right?
I've been there.
I have been there too.
I've had a lot of people staring at me on top of a 30-inch box wondering why I can't pick up a barbell. So I get it. However, these are also the best moments for those that are here to watch. Because every single person here is going to be screaming to make sure Kenise Campbell can get this 15-meter handstand walk. She was just 5 feet short on her last attempt.
And right now, she has to just tell us, like, not even think about it. Not how much further do I have to go. Just try to stay relaxed. Just keep on moving. Hand, 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 hand.
There you go. Come on.
Oh, no.
Come
Get
on.
that head down. Put your head down a little bit.
Come on. Don't look. Don't look. No. That's just there. That's a good attitude to have. That's
good team members, too. Way to go. Team members. Make her feel good because that's important. That's important.
So Campbell won't get the last walk, but she did get the crowd on their feet. As that'll do it for heat number 2. Heat number 3 for warm up, hands down, coming up next.
Hey, we got some more swag for you guys while we switch over the floors. Our crew from Bolitas gonna be coming around, so you better make some noise if you want a little bit of extra swag. Come on, thank you, Bolitas, official jump rope and grips here at Wodapalooza. Hey, while you guys are out here, I know you got your cameras fired up, checking your social media. If you see a QR code flash up on the screen, that's for our movie premiere tonight. You can scan that QR code and you'll win entry to that Movie, you might win a free pair of shoes. So you want to fire up your phone. And if you see that QR code on the big screen, you want to take a picture of that. Follow the links. Everybody likes free stuff, and everybody likes a movie premiere. Here comes our next heat of athletes. Heat number 3. Given competition floor.
Heat number 3 making their way out on the competition floor. As the time to beat is right around 6:04, set by Team Krieger in the second heat. And the next 10 teams getting set. Now in this heat in lane number 7, third overall after 2 events with a second place and a 7th place is Little McDotter coming in hotter. With Reese Littlewood, Lucy McGonigal, and Burgos Bjornsdottir. 18 years old, every single one of them, sitting in third place after 2 events.
Youth is a wonderful thing. I mean, I wish I had a little bit more of it myself, but, man, they're fantastic, and they've been lifting great. Now I want to see if they're going to be able to do the same type of thing we're talking about. The keys to this event, sponsored by Whoop, is getting out of the way. Now I want to see with these 3 girls, who should get out of the way. We've seen them all do so amazing, so they now get to play the next key, which is going to be race, don't rush. You have to be powerful. You have to be fast. You have to be very efficient about your movements, but you can't go too hard, put yourself to where you start failing. Got to make those handstand walks work. And you really need to make sure that the worm is done right, especially when you're going quick.
I mean, they have some power. They got second in the overhead squat event to kick the day off. And the last was, she hit 10 unbroken at 195? So
the only other people that did what she did were the strongest ladies in the field with Danny Spiegel, Olivia Kerstetter, and Kyra Milligan. So, yeah, they're strong.
10 teams in the field. Your third place team will be in lane number 7.
3, 2, 1, go. All right, heat number 3.
And heat number 3 is off. 15 worm clean and jerks. 15 cows on the Echo Bike as a team. And then we get in those 2 unbroken 15-meter handstand walk segments before we make our return trip to the bike and the worm. Bill, everybody's still opting for quick singles.
You know, one of the things I'm looking to see in one of Lucy McGonigal's team right there in the middle, what I like that they're doing is when they drop it off their shoulder, they keep their hands on the back. So they're all kind of moving down at the same time and starting at the same time instead of having to reset.
Well, they had a little bit of a stumble in the middle, so they had to gather themselves. And not everybody has a worm in their gym that they can work with every day, especially athletes that are more of the individual focused.
Absolutely, and it makes it very difficult for this timing. And it's not just about picking it up at the same time. It's feeling the movement back and forth of that worm. And if the athlete behind you isn't at the same exact tempo, it throws you off, and you cannot be used to that.
Couple hands in the air by the judges. And first off the worm is going to be in lane number 6. The British Frog Squad. We go from one Lucy to another. Lucy Campbell, Jenny Muir, and Taylor Howe. As Lucy Campbell pulling double duty this weekend, just off what would be a dream night for her, winning the 2025 Wodapalooza Championship. Now, I won't say, comeback's complete. That's not what she wants.
Right.
She wants to go back to the CrossFit Games.
Right.
That's when But man, the strides that she's taken already this offseason has been fantastic. Lucy Campbell on the left side of your screen. She's in the center bike.
Well, it really was a win-win-win situation. Win because she came out here, was able to compete after all the time of being off the floor, being able to come out here and mix it up with the best, which was great. Second thing was there wasn't any pressure to do or not to do. She just got to come out and do her thing. That's why we saw her get, even though she got 33rd on that lift, she was happy with it.
4 second-place finishes to offset that.
Well, I know, but then like after that, being able to win the entire thing, man, talk about a confidence boost. That's really going to up her training and just her emotions overall.
British Frog Squad out of CrossFit Nottingham. Right into the handstand walks. Lucy Campbell taking the lead. Fossils in motion. CrossFit Omnia was just that's an old school games team.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
And speeding across the floor, that is Little McDaughters trying to make up some time. Had a bit of a stumble in the first 15 clean and jerks. See if they can catch up to the pack, but that might be lingering in the back of your head when we finish out with those final 15.
Right. That's right.
2 down, 1 to go for the British Frog Squad at lane number 6.
Discover why recovery has never felt so cool. Scan the QR code and explore Chili Goat Cold Tubs. Learn how athletes just like you are taking their recovery to the next level. Don't wait. Go cold with Chili Goat today.
I think Lucy's wrist is fine. I'm serious. Man, led off with the handstand walks and just crushed both down and back.
Little McDaughters starting to catch up, though. As we have Fossils in motion, British Frog Squad, and Little McDaughters. So lanes 5, 6, and 7 look like your leaders as we are past the 4-minute mark. Trying to chase the time set by Team Krieger. As British Frog Squad has about 2 feet left, and they're on the bike first. Frog Squad on the bike. Still maintaining that lead. And about 10 seconds behind him to the left is Little McDaughters. Fossils in motion. Your top 3 still vying. Trying to get that time to beat.
Now, Team Krieger came off the bike at about that 5-minute mark, so that kind of gives us a nice little window to see just what the British Frogs are doing, the British Frog Squads are doing.
And Krieger were hammering.
Oh, yeah, they were. Yeah, they were. Now, I just saw a hand go up, so they are going to be a little bit behind. So it's going to be what can they do on the bag once they get to that worm.
Set hand in the air. There's another one for Fossils in the center lane, and off the bike first at the 5:21 mark is the British Frog Squad. And right behind them, Little McDaughters, but they're going to have to much more clean run on the second set of 15 cleaner jerks than they did the first. And Fossils in motion.
What I really like about this is now they're racing, so it's who can be most efficient and not mess up. When you get stressed like this, it can really force a mess up.
A cycle pace, though, for Frog Squad on the left side of your screen. Underneath that lane 16 banner are well ahead of the pace on the right side. So McDaughters, not enough speed. Now watch out for Fossils on the right. You've got a lot of team experience, a lot of worm experience for these athletes. But Frog Squad is just not relenting, keeping their hand on the worm. We are past the time to beat from the previous heat, though. So Krieger's time is going to stand at least one more. 2 reps remaining for Frog Squad. The previous time was 6:30 as well, so that might be a top 3 finish. Time to beat being 6:04, so 6:39 for the British Frog Squad. Little McDaughters is in, so didn't give up too much time.
That's still a great race.
A better second set than they did the first set.
Yeah, I mean, again, so you look at what was the hinge for them, it was the bag because they crushed the bike and the handstand walk.
Fossils are in at 7:03. 4 minutes left before he hit that 11-minute cap. All teams are on the worm. We've had one team in each heat get capped. Lane number 1, Team Noob Yimi out of Germany. Final rep for Frogs in the USA. A lot of frog teams this year. Froggies.
Very froggy.
2 teams left. Chocolate Box Star Strength out of CrossFit Chocolate Box out of Australia. Gymnation Finland out of CrossFit East Turku. And they'll be inside, so 3 minutes below the time cap. But the time of Team Krieger still stands for one more heat at 6:04.
This one's always crazy on the first stage. You have these teams that start setting up those times because we haven't reseeded anybody yet.
Yes, and that's a good point. As we have one heat left to go, we will reseed after today. 4th and final heat coming up next.
Patrick!
If I could get you to please rise for the singing of our national anthem prior to the final heat of our elite women. I have a special guest coming out to sing this song for you, our nation song, our national anthem. I would give you a huge, long introduction. She's a multi-time games athlete, been at Wodapalooza many years. Most importantly, she's straight out of Cookeville, Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, Haley Adams.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the
Ladies and gentlemen, Haley Adams. Great job. Ladies and gentlemen, before we bring our next heat out, one more time, big round of applause for Haley Adams. Give it up for all of our men and women overseas in uniform. By Mike Richards. Heading down to lane number 1 for Heat 4, Team XND. Lane number 2, Swedish House Mafia. Lane number 3, the Reebok Crew. Lane number 4, Broadway Girls. Lane number 5, Relight Salt Bays. Lane number 7, Froggy Girls Who Don't Run. Lane number 8, Triple Chase. Lane number 9, Brookford Collective Switzerland. And rounding out the heat in lane number 10, the Daughters.
Fourth and final heats make their way onto the competition floor here at Tier Arena. Out of the Miami Beach Lights on the Miami Beach sand. 3 heats down, fourth and final heat. We've had 2 events earlier this morning, as this will be our third and final event tonight. Still have a full day of competition tomorrow. Your overall leader, Yeti Outcasts, in the center part of your screen with 188 points. Second place, Tres Leches at 185. Our third place team was in the previous heat with the Little McDaughters. As we are getting set to take on a team event that brings in the Worm for the first time this weekend.
And I am so anxious to see how these individual athletes that get tossed together in the mix to put together a super team, if you will, how they're going to be able to handle team unity, team communication, team moving as they go through 15 worm clean and jerks, that 15 cal on the bike, and the handstand walk back and forth and coming back down with the echo bike calories and those clean and jerks.
Teams are off, chasing the time of 6:04 by Team Krieger, all the way in heat number 2. 15 word clean and jerks. Your diamondized athletes to watch: Swedish House Mafia, Emma Tall, Lena Richter, and Emily Lundberg. They took first in the previous event earlier in the sandbox.
Now, what I liked about that is they used a lot of teamwork in that sandbox, so I'm expecting to see a lot of the same type of thing here in this event because there is teamwork with this worm, there's no doubt.
It doesn't hurt to have Lena Richter on the team. A lot of team experience, a lot of team success with her and Cross at Oslo over the years.
That's right. That's right. And you have someone like that, even with a couple of individual athletes, they can really be that center point of communication and really kind of guide everybody so you can utilize all their strengths.
Like some teams advancing their worm. Lane number 1, the Team XND is first to the bike, and right behind them are Tres Leches. Scan the QR code to learn how you can become an agent of strength. Put your passion for physical fitness, teamwork, and dedication to work with a career in the U.S. Border Patrol. Scan the QR code on your screen to become an agent of strength or agent of badassery.
I was going to say, that just sounds cool.
I like that.
I get all fired up just hearing that agent
It's
of
like,
strength.
man, I'm pulling out my phone and scan that QR code right now.
I'm going to do that.
All teams on the 15 cals. This is their first set. It was Team XND in lane number 1 to the bike first. Tres Leches just behind them. And it looks like Tres Leches has a hand in the air. Now, athletes can't get off the bike till everybody is done, and we'll move from the 15 cal bike to a 15-meter unbroken handstand walk relay, down and back. Hands in the air across the board. Who's going to get off the bike first?
Ooh.
Looks like XND, Tres Leches, and maybe Froggy Girls Who Don't Run.
Yeah, I think that's Danny.
I'm not sure what the rules are as far as staying in your lane or not in your lane. We know you have to go from yellow to yellow. Usually you have to stay within those white lines, not able to touch them, as Danielle Brandon is making her way across the floor because nobody does handstand walks quite like Danielle Brandon. Ooh, and maybe that's exactly what we're talking about. Danny Spiegel just got sent back because her hand touched the line. My eyes did not deceive me.
Nope, I saw that too. That's why I couldn't tell if that was lane 7 or 8. I wasn't sure where that was.
Well, she was in 7 and 8. That was kind of the problem.
Right.
6:04 to tie to beat, set by Team Kriegers. We are past the 3.5-minute mark. Danny Spiegel and Froggy Girls Who Don't Run were actually leading, but now they had to go back. And lane 1, XND, has put themselves ahead of the pace. Tres Leches, that's Annika Greer, leading things off on the return trip back. So you see the yellow marked tape on each end of the floor. That's a 15-meter unbroken distance they have to travel, but they also must stay within the lane that they're in.
That makes sense. That's why I had the lane there.
I mean, that's a wide lane, too.
That is a wide lane. That is a wide lane. I mean, but they do the same thing in track. We've seen it 100 times on our relays and our different sprints, so stay in your lane. You're on your hands. Stay in your lane. Safety, please.
A lot of teams piling up on the bike.
Ooh, that's gonna
and
be
it
tight.
looks like Yeti may be in the lead, but we're talking tenths of seconds, so we've got about a 4 or 5 team race. But 6:04 is only a minute and 30 seconds away, and you told me is that team was off the bike at about the 5-minute mark.
That's right. So the 5-minute mark going from the bike to the worm is kind of what Krager did. Want to see what the other teams are going to do, but these guys are hammering these Echo bikes.
There's an opportunity. You can get off in 5 minutes, but what you have to do to get off in 5 minutes might not be what you want to do. Just coming up to the 5-minute mark. Looking for a hand in the air. We have 1. We have 2. And we are past that 5-minute mark, so Team Krieger's time is looking pretty good. But Relight Salt Base has now moved into the lead. Who's going to be first to this? Wow, right off the bike.
Whoa!
Broadway Girls, Sydney Wells, Brooke Wells, Haley Adams, who just sang the national anthem, were onto the Clean and Jerks first.
And there's a little bit of a communication issue there with the first one to the worm, but about the fourth one to actually pick it up, trying to figure out what side they needed to stand on. And look at where the worm's going. It's all over the place.
Little slow on the worm. X and D in lane number 1. They were one of the first ones off the worm in the first 15. We're about 15 seconds away from the time to beat, so Team Krieger might get himself an event win here. Coming up on 6 minutes. And that'll do it. So Krieger's going to get the win. Now it's a matter of can Yeti Outcasts catch the 3 teams that were ahead of him getting to the worm. They were fast off the worm in the first 15. But other times from previous heats are now coming into play.
Whoa.
And we have a team just facing the complete wrong direction. Froggy Girls Who Don't Run.
Yeah, they had the first hand up in the air from the judges. When I'm looking across, they have like 3 reps left, I believe.
And it's going to be close. And what to note, they're going to sprint across the finish line. It'll be the last person to cross the line before the time stops. We are now past best times from previous heats. And it's going to come down to the end. And it looks like Yeti might have pulled it out.
I think you're right. I think they were able to slide in there.
XND has 1 rep left to go. They're in lane 1. They're crossing the finish line. But behind Relight Salt Base, Swedish Mafia has already come in. And to show you how tight the race was. One thing to note, there's a few times in the previous heats, the previous 3 heats combined, that are in the mix of these top times in this particular heat.
Well, we saw that even on the individuals. Best times being put up in low heats, but then we get to reshuffle everybody when we go into the second day. But I love the fact that some of those times are set up so it gives us something to shoot for as we're rolling through these other heats.
The daughters on the left side of your screen, Annie Thoris, Katrin David's daughter, and Sarah Sigmund's daughter, coming together for the first time in their careers. joining up for a team here at Tier Wodapalooza. 3 teams left. The Reebok crew is in. Daughters are done. Last team left on the floor. Last 2 teams. Capra Collective Switzerland. And Tres Leches, who at one point in time,
they were our leaders.
Were in the mix of at least the top 3.
I know.
So we'll have to check the leaderboard, go to Competition Corner to follow up for full official results as the women are done tonight. For the first day of competition, it'll be the men's turn to take on Worms Up, Hands Down. As Bella Martin will be meeting up with the Broadway girls of Sydney Wells, Brooke Wells, and our 2-time national anthem singer, Haley Adams.
Add that to the resume.
Broadway girls. I love to see it. First thing I want to talk is performance-wise. Haley, for those of you who did not know you could sing, where do you get the confidence from? Because I could never do it, even if I could sing. That is so amazing. Everyone here is so incredibly proud of you.
I mean, I don't think I would call it singing, but I try. And you know what? If you have a chance to sing the national anthem and honor your country, might as well do it. So,
Amen. Yeah. Brooke, you've competed against your sister. Now you're competing with your sister. How do you keep the, I would say, friendly banter going through a long weekend like this?
I mean, we've never been on a team together, so we're like really excited about that. We're trying to make it as fun as possible. I wouldn't say there's any like banter. It's more just getting to enjoy doing it together. So,
Sydney, I know you don't like it when I ask you any questions, but I'm loving this from us. Your team, obviously, your sisters, your friends. Communication, how do you build on that throughout the weekend? Is it something you talk about beforehand? Who's going to be leading the team? Or is it on the floor, we're just navigating it as we need to?
To be honest, we like came into each workout with like a little bit of a strategy, but not like really a good strategy. So we've kind of done it on the fly, communicating. Like we kind of looked at each other when we were like leading. We were like, how did we do this with no strategy? But yeah.
Ladies, congratulations. It was so fun to watch. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take it slow. Any bad vibes, hit the road.
I'm digging it, dude. We're having so much fun.
It is now the men's turn to take on team event number 3 for our elite teams. Worms up, hands down. And this is the splash of intensity we thought we were going to have. These are your team standings after 2 events. On top of the leaderboard is a familiar name and a familiar team here at Tier Wodapalooza. The boys are tied at 194 with Team GoWad, with Mayhem Tres Leches just 3 points behind them. We'll see those teams in the 4th and final heat, and that should be very exciting because we've got some Echo bikes in here. We might have 2 individuals that are vying for the title of King of the Echo Bike who are on 2 separate teams, though they have to drag 2 of their teammates with them along the way.
But those 2 guys definitely can with the power that those guys can generate.
In this first heat of 4, as these teams will set the tone of what this event is going to shake out, because a lot of times, like, all right, heat number 1, all right, push the worm a little bit, maybe bike a little harder than maybe I want to, and then heat 2 goes, and you're like, oh, son of a gun. Now I got to do some things I really don't want to do.
But we saw that with the women, so we know that it is possible. We just want to see if these guys can do that. And again, I think the nice thing with these first couple heats is the fact that you have more teams rather than just individuals. And they're going to get after this here. We have a 15-rep worm clean and jerk for the athletes. We have 20 calories on the bike for everybody. Then we have that relay down and back, staying in your lane, of course. And then make your way back, get through the bike, get through the clean and jerk, get across the line. And it is, it's 11-minute time cap, but it really is fast.
Yeah,
Only time you really get the rest is on the handstand walks if you're waiting.
And that's the only thing we've seen trip up any team so far on the women's side was just a handstand walk deficiency. And if you have that, you're kind of at the mercy of your ability of that one teammate. I am curious, obviously the worm's going to get heavier for the men's side. We didn't see anyone too touch and go on the women's side, but man, something about 3 dudes getting together and that ego really starts to get pumped up. Do we think we're going to see any touch and goes in this one?
I think we might in the beginning because you want to get out there. But, if you're going to look at your keys for the event, sponsored here by Whoop, you got to get out of the way. So if you have an athlete that isn't very good in a particular part, you got to kind of move them out of the way, carry them along as best you can. But this is fast, especially on the way back. So you want to race, but you don't want to rush and get sloppy. Because of that, I think that we will see some touch and go, but we may see some hey, let's not do that anymore. So, I don't know. Ego's a great thing. What do you say? Pride's a protective thing, a good thing, and ego's an evil thing?
3, 2, 1, go.
9 teams of elite men in this first heat of 4 heats. We're starting off with 15 worm clean and jerks. I haven't seen any. Interesting technique is is in lane number 4. The CF Complex team. We had 2 guys facing one way, 1 guy facing completely the opposite way, which I don't even know if there's any rules about that. As long as it goes up, then, if you want to do it the hard way, do it the hard way.
Well, you're talking about lane 4 right there. Now they're trying to shuffle around to see who should be in what order. And all they just did was completely change front to back order. So they kind of shell gamed it a little bit.
Well, the one thing in a team of 3, you don't want to have the tallest guy in the middle most of the time because they're going to show. Yeah, when that worm goes down on each end, all that weight will be sitting on top of your shoulders.
Right.
Shout out to Tim Payne. Sorry what we did to you in 2018 regionals, buddy. 1 minute in. Now, one thing different, yes, the weight on the worm, but also the number of cows on the Echo bike is lane number 3, the Norwegian Krieger boys that have crossed at Oslo there in Norway. We'll see if they can pick up where their women's side left off as Team Krieger on the women's side won the last event for them.
I think that they're going to be in a nice position because did you see the rate, the cycle rate at which these guys are throwing those handles around? It's insane.
Scan the QR code and discover all the products Velitas has to offer. Your next step to elevate your performance is just a tap away. For those of you watching on your phone, just screenshot that, send it to your computer, and watch it back later. 2 minutes in, already done with 20 cals. Now they cannot get off the bike until every teammate is done. And once every teammate has hit 20, they're off on the handstand walk. 15 meters across the floor as the Norwegian Krieger boys still holding on to that lead. Now, Bill, not only is it 15 meters, it's 15 meters unbroken, and you must stay inside your lane on the sides. Yellow line to yellow line. Invictus Miami moving into second place. Invictus Miami had a good performance. Really two good performances, especially in this second heat. We will be reseeding, not reseeding. I'm talking about heats, not hairlines.
There you go.
Although neither one of us have to worry about that.
Woo, that's right.
I just better knock on wood because that is putting bad juju into the just in case. Now in this relay format, the next athlete cannot go until the athlete ahead has completed the 15 meters, and then they'll work their way back. And it is still lane number 3, the Norwegian Krieger boys. Benjamin Bujar, Andreas Temenis, and Andreas Osval. And I definitely went 0 for 3 on those. I apologize.
It was good. I'll take it. We'll take it.
It's my accent. Second athlete for the Krieger boys. Final one. Although it is a race for that third person across. As Invictus Miami, who was trying to keep pace with them early, is just flying across the floor. First one of the bike, Krieger boys. Invictus Miami just behind them. We are approaching the 4-minute mark. The best time we saw on the women's side was 6:04. Though the men have 5 more calories to go twice on the bike. Negating off right around that 5-minute mark is where we saw some of your top teams on the women's side. As we are just past that 4-minute mark. Invictus Miami on the right side of your screen. Krieger boys on the left.
Looking across, trying to see a hand going up. Man, all these athletes just hammering. But the Krieger boys taking it nice and easy up at the front, trying to finish, kind of reeling it down, bring the heart rate down before you got to get to those clean and jerks. And there they are on their way.
Krieger's off at 4:40. Right to the worm. 15 clean and jerks to finish. 10 seconds back is Invictus Miami. Just past the 5-minute mark.
Krieger boys had a little bit of a mishap going into that second rep, kind of resettled themselves. Found that rhythm now, though.
A little bit of a pause. This should be the 10th rep coming up for Krieger. And there it is, 5 reps left to go. Invictus Miami just getting the third team onto the worm. And that is Krypton. Just to the right, Invictus Miami. Coming up to the 6-minute mark. Last rep for Krieger. Last man across. And it looks like a 6:04, which was the exact same time as the Team Krieger females got.
I think they're going to have to look at that. I was hearing the MCs on the floor saying just under 6. But if they did get 6:04 and tie their teammates over there, I think that's pretty cool.
Invictus Miami is in. Krypton was the third team to the bag. As they're on the right side of your screen. Lane number 4, CrossFit Complex, struggling a little bit on the left side. As Krypton Nearly done. One more rep to go for Krypton. Just past the 7-minute mark. One rep left for Complex.
Wow.
And Krypton drops the worm and loses that third place position.
Man, and
right there at the very end.
And Complex, we saw how they struggled in the beginning of how to figure it out.
Oh, and another team just goes by. It looks like 2 more reps, and now more and more communication errors for CrossFit Krypton, absolutely falling apart, and that is opening the door for Buffy's on the left side of your screen, and they'll be in. So 4 teams have got in when Krypton just had 2 reps left to go, and they have still yet to get 1 good rep. That is their first good rep in the last 45 seconds. Invictus, who got off the bike in 3rd in this heat, are ending up in 7th as 4 teams get ahead of them in their final 2 reps. 3 minutes remaining. This is heat 1 of 4 of our elite men teams. Two more reps for the rookies on the left side of your screen, and that'll do it for 1 minute men. Rookies are in. And that'll do it. So all teams well underneath that time cap. And now we see the importance of just a little misstep, a little fumble.
It does affect you. And that's the thing, is it's not a little effect. It can be a massive effect like we saw with Team Krypton.
Team Krieger picking up where the women left off. Have the new time to beat as Heat 2 is coming up next.
Take it slow. Any bad vibes, hit the road.
Yeah, they're huge. Holy shit. Yeah.
Hey, check out that QR code up on the big screen. Scan it to win a free pair of shoes. Giveaway tonight at 8 p.m. here in the Tears Arena.
Huge.
And join us also for the premiere of Unbroken, a documentary that goes behind the scenes of the story here of the Tear Cup. Grab some popcorn and your favorite caffeinated drink possibly, and enjoy a movie alongside the athletes that actually started it. Tonight at 8 p.m. directly following competition. Scan that QR code. Win a spot here for the movie premiere. Maybe win a pair of shoes or some gears. We're going to have all kinds of giveaway tier Wodapalooza VIP ticket upgrades. Generation ticket holders. Those new tier CSD flows. That's the latest footwear drop. You don't want to miss those. The official Tier Cup Team North America and Team World jerseys. Hey, get this, signed by all the athletes as well. So scan that QR code. Scan it for me. I got no juice left in my phone. That's true. Also, we'll wait for our next group to dial up. And a big shout out and thank you to all of our volunteers, man. Our gear crew out here. You set this floor. Faithfully, tirelessly, and on time, every freaking week. Our judges, our athlete control, our medical staff, our security, everyone behind the scenes. You guys don't get to see how all of the magic comes to be here at Wodapalooza here in Miami, brought to you by Tier, all the Tier State fans. I'll tell you what, if you are interested, go to the website
One heat down, 3 heats to go as heat number 2 makes their way out here to the Tier Arena. And I still forget that I'm standing on the beach right now.
Oh, I'm not.
With a massive stadium seating around us and lights and competition floor. It's fantastic.
Competition arena on one side. We have gargantuan cruise ships cruising on the backside. Lifeguard towers that are all weird shaped. I love it.
Best setup we can have here in Miami Beach. As your next 10 teams are making their way to their lanes. Heat number 1, we saw the Krieger boys set the time to beat. Right around that 6-minute mark. We'll see what the official time is here in just a sec. And we saw the power they put into that bike, and then we saw them walk by, and we're like, oh, that makes more sense. You're all about 6'4", 235.
All the lights up from the arena here.
It's like, did somebody turn the lights off? No, they're just standing right in front of us.
Yeah, they all look down. When do we get our interview? Yeah, get up.
Like, I'll give it to you right here.
I know.
You can take my headset.
And your name is?
Yes, just, you know.
And you are from?
Don't squeeze me. That's will get to adjust their bikes before things start. Worm up, hands down. We've seen it 5 times already, 4 on the women's side. This will be the second heat of the men of 4. As your top teams will be in that final heat coming up in just a little bit.
We have that up and down chipper that we've been talking about, and it really is coming down. There are 2 parts so far that I'm seeing have to be an issue for the teams. It's going to be the worm, how you handle it, and then for some, the handstand walking. Still, we're seeing the majority of athletes are good on the handstand walk, but if you get hung up, that's going to be your chink in the armor. But man, starting the worm clean and jerks, we saw some mess up, some confusion, and then finishing the same thing. High level, very experienced athletes like Alex Smith dropping the bag, not being very comfortable with it with his team. So that's going to be a big piece in this game.
10 full lanes of teams, 39 total here this weekend for the elite men. As we are about 30 seconds away from the start. We'll start off sprinting across the competition floor to the worm. And it's always enjoyable to see the teams of 3, especially at this time of year. And that's the unique thing about Tier Wodapalooza is everything's relaxed. Everybody's around everyone. No one's worried about performance per se too much. And then especially when you get to the team side, it's basically a party.
Everyone's having fun. Everybody's having a good time. And the teams of 3, it allows everyone to still do a lot of work, but not crush yourself, Not crush yourself.
15 worm clean and jerks to kick off event number 3. 3 events today, and we will crown team champions tomorrow as we have 3 more events on Sunday. Scan the QR code and find out more about Rain Total Body Energy Fuel. 0 sugar, BCAAs, and 300 milligrams of natural caffeine. Rain Body Fuel is the official energy drink of Tier Wodapalooza Miami.
Watching these teams, seeing who can keep that worm as flat and as unwavered as we can. Starting to see some hands go up now. And again, this is early. Everyone's fresh, so they can move the bag pretty well. But we're still, even now, starting to see a little bit of wobbling on some of the teams.
Looks like lane number 2 in the black is your early leader, Overskag from Denmark. Oliver Toft, Frederick Studi, and Daniel Jepsen.
Ooh.
And they are getting to the bike at the same time as lane number 6. Tekun Uman kids from CrossFit Tekun Uman out of Guatemala. And Bill, we talked about just the world representation that we have here at Tier Wodapalooza as a whole. 2,000 athletes plus competing. Teams from Canada, Denmark, the U.S., Guatemala, Canada, and Puerto Rico in this heat.
In one heat.
20 cows on the Echo bike. The whole team must stay on the bike until every athlete is done with their 20. As we're past the 2-minute mark, the time to beat set by the Norwegian boys, Team Krieger for the men. And after this bike, we will go into a handstand walk relay, 15 meters unbroken down and back. And it's lane number 2, Overskag. Onto the handstand walk.
And that was a fast transition right off that bike onto his hands.
And they really pushed the pace on that bike because it was a tight start as we have 2 teams kicking up right behind him. It's like lane 6, Tikkun and Beefcakes are trying to keep pace with him.
Tikkun has those blue shorts on. Nice thing is they all have the blue shorts on, so we'll keep an eye on those as they're running around upside down on their hands.
It's Los Campesinos out of CrossFit Pro 1. In those top 3, as Overskag in the black shirts up in the top part of your screen in lane number 2. And that will be their 3rd athlete across if he can get there. As he gets his hands across, and now they'll make their way back. And hey, the distance has closed between Tikkun and Los Campesinos. Campesinos has now moved ahead of Overskag and Tikkun. Campesinos in the light peach tops.
Campesinos does a lot of handstand walks, apparently.
What is this?
For time and for distance, because they look completely comfortable upside down. Wow, they have seriously put some distance between them and the rest of the field.
Now, the one benefit as they are getting to the bike, so they have moved into first place. As their last athlete just crosses the finish line. Overskag, who's having their last athlete coming across, they push the bike pretty hard on this first 20 as Tikkun has moved into second. Overskag just getting to the bike. We're at the 4:15 mark. Time to beat 6:04. 6:04 being the official time is the exact same time
That's pretty
as
cool.
the Krieger females got.
I like that. Even if it's not under 6, I still like that better.
And Overskag, they are right in front of us in lane number 2, are absolutely hammering on this bike. You've got Tikkun and Los Campesinos in the center part of your screen, and on the far left in lane number 2, look at the pace by them. Now we'll have to see, is that going to hurt them getting to the 15-worm clean and jerks?
Well, I mean, I'm going to say that I think Tikkun had probably the better worm work out of the 3 that are through here.
And Overskag has moved into first. First rep off the ground at 5:05. 1 rep in. Look at the distance they have put.
They look good.
On your top 2 teams, and Campesinos is just getting to the worm. Skag's got a 3-rep lead. They have 40 seconds to try to get Krieger's time of 6:04.
Now, one of the things that I was noticing with Los Campesinos, watch what they do with their head when they go to put the bag over. They barely put that bag up, dipping their head, trying to save a little bit of range of motion with that.
The Campesinos just taking that little extra breath, which is a second lost. Whereas on the left side of your screen, 5 more reps to go for Overskag. Los Campesinos on the right side in the light tops. Just to them on the right is Tikkun. Those are your top 3. Campesinos blew by everybody on the handstand walks, but Overskag absolutely hammered the Echo bike. And that is their last rep. And they will cross the finish line, but it will still be behind the time to beat of Krieger. So Krieger's time in heat number 1 will stand for at least 1 more heat. Campesinos on the left, Tikkun on the right. And look out for Legos as Campesinos will get ahead. As we have 2 teams in. You saw the Compasinos made up a lot of time on the handstand walk.
They really did super fast.
But unfortunately for some other teams, they might realize that you can make up the most time on the echo bike.
You can make up a lot of time on there, but you just have to make sure that you don't gash yourself going into the clean and jerk. And that's what Compasinos did. They look great on the worm.
Caffeine amount TBD. And lane number 4 is in. Lane number 6. And lane number 4. Toucan Uman kids. So they were vying for that top 3 position. Fell back a bit on the last part. Then you have We Step on Legos. 3 teams left. You've got Team Primitive in the back part of your screen. Over there in lane number 10. This will be the final rep for Primitive. Neil Kidd across the finish line, hand in the air for lane number 3. That is Tropic Thunder. A movie that could probably not get made. Well, maybe it can now.
Oh, might be able to now.
Oh, no!
Oh,
they had 2 more reps to go. 2 reps for both teams. Tropic Thunder is going to get 1 on him. And another misstep, and we're having a Krypton-like meltdown over on the right side of our screen with Maritime Boys. Tropic Thunder is in, past the 8-minute mark. 1 more rep to go for Maritime Boys.
And wow, they just want to get off the floor. Get that worm away from me and get me off this field.
The time of 6:04 by Team Krieger will stand 1 more heat. 2 heats down, 2 heats to go. Heat 3 coming up next.
Take it slow. Any bad vibes, hit the road.
There's a lot of time after they take the floor. Yeah. So I'm going to put up lane assignments for the last 2 heats. Okay.
For that last turnaround, and I wonder if it's because they're coming out too because of the time thing.
Maybe because they're taking them all the way down and they come to adjust the bikes. Yeah. I didn't ever feel like we had time for lane assignments.
That last one, I was like, there's a lot of it. Maybe when they get down.
I don't even have to talk about all of them. You guys can still talk about the general lead. We'll just put them up there to people to see them.
Okay.
It takes the sponsor thing out. He's like, Ryan, yeah. What is showing right now? Okay, that's fine.
Who's having fun tonight? Certainly glad it's not as cold and rainy as it was last night. I know you are. Did you guys see that QR code? I did. If I win, I'll get no choose or win. I got a very small carry-on. Unbelievable. You guys are size 16 triple wide? No? You could trade him in. Good for you. It's amazing how much you guys get when you're at the gym. Dropping the kids off at school, get playing, and it's a whole new ballgame.
Third and final heat making their way on the competition floor here in Tier Arena. And Bill, I am happy to announce that I can feel my face today for the final event of the night. So
I can feel my feet. My knees aren't quivering.
It's been a fantastic day here for day 3 of the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza. We still have one more day to go. And it's shaping up to be the best day of the weekend as your next 10 teams are on the field here. These are your lane assignments. Sponsored by Rain. The time to beat 6:04 set by the Krieger boys. All the way back in heat number 1. No one was able to do it in heat 2. We said this before, oddly enough, is the exact same time by the Krieger women. And we'll see if that ended up standing as the event win.
I'm going to say that obviously Echo Bikes and Worm clean and jerks are probably something that they do on a regular basis out there.
A little bit.
They seem to be pretty good at it.
A little bit.
Almost exactly the same good at it.
10 teams in here getting set for warm up, hands down, as we are closing action out here tonight. Hard to believe just from what you see is this entire competition floor and stands are sitting on the sands of Miami Beach. We've changed venues for the first time in 13 years. Got to talk to one of the originators, Guido Trinidad, earlier.
It was good to see him.
It was good to see him, and it's imagine how it all started 13 years ago as just a little fun park fitness gathering.
Well, I mean, I guess you can say the same type of thing to the CrossFit Games,
True,
right?
true, very true.
A backyard barbecue, and they were just kind of throwing down at the beach. Little throw down there, and it just expanded to this gargantuan footprint that we have.
Bill, we've had 2 heats down for the men. Has anything really changed that you've seen now that we're halfway through?
I mean, really the only thing I'm going to say again, I mean, get out of the way part, yeah, the handstand walk, we've seen it foul up a couple people, but this is truly racing but not rushing because you cannot be sloppy with that worm. We've seen it absolutely implode some teams. And even if you're not just super smooth with it, you don't even have to have a bad worm routine, but if you're not quick with it and efficient with it, you're not going to be first.
Heat 3 of 4 underway. Time to beat 6:04 by Team Krieger. 15 worm clean and jerks to start things off. Then we'll move to the Echo Bike for 20 cals. All athletes biking at the same time. And touch and go for the first time here, Bill.
All right.
It looks like Team Sweden. Tell you what, these European teams in Event 3 have been throttling everybody.
Oh, my God, I know. But
and they've been doing it on the bike. This is the first time we've seen a team do it on the worm.
Well, and the only way you can do that to justify that is that you have practice with the worm. This is something that, like, you can't just come off on the fly and do. Wow.
1 minute is all it took to get through those 15 worm clean and jerks. And Team Sweden is onto the bike. You've got Alexander Ellebro, Philip Lundqvist, and Victor Ljungdahl.
Now, the difference is, look how fast they went with the worm, but when you look at how they're riding on the Echo Bike, they're really not pushing all that hard. Relax a little bit, maybe save that for the way back. That's what I want to see. And if they're successful with this, I know we're going to see more touch and goes in the final round, the final heat.
Leaders on the right, that is Team Sweden. 4th out of the online qualifier to get here. There were some team invites, but there was a qualifier to compete alongside the best in the sport. All teams on the bike except one. So we have a hand in the air for Team Sweden. As we're done with the bike, we will move to the handstand walk. So a minute for clean and jerks, just over a minute for the bike.
Ooh.
And Team Sweden's got some company. That is lane number 4, CrossFit 1124, who took the first event in the overhead squat. Carolina Dogs in the mix. Three 15-foot unbroken handstand lengths, yellow line to yellow line, hands behind to start, hands past the finish before your next teammate can go, and they turn around and come right back.
Team Sweden almost has a full length ahead of that CrossFit 1124 right next to him. But we have a lot of teams that can really move on their hands. Look at these guys flying by.
A little slower athlete for their third leg for Team Sweden.
Keep them out of the way, right? Get your worst one out of the way so you can get your other guys down there.
Speed up. Now you've got some athletes who have some rest coming off the bike. So Team Sweden working their way back to the bike. 15 meters across. Athlete 1 is done. And we've seen some lead changes on that. We've seen lead changes on every piece of this event.
Yeah.
To me, that screams good programming.
Oh, I love the way that it's set up because it's really pointing out the weaknesses of these teams.
Final athlete for Team Sweden. They'll be in lane 5. Light teal shirt and black shorts. And then they will be onto the bike. We'll see who will be joining them. Not the fastest handstand walk as a group, but they definitely had the fastest bike and clean and jerks as they're on the bike first, but now they got some company. And then it looks like lane number 9, Team Katronic Germany.
Team Sweden really is pushing a lot harder on the bike, though. So guess what? Maybe you had a little slower handstand walker, but it allowed for a little bit more rest. They were going touch and go on the worm, so all they have to do here now is have a very decent bike, and then they're going to really put the pedal down, put the throttle down when they get to that worm.
On the right side of your screen in the far right lane is Team Sweden. And then it's Team Katronic Germany with Karl Feldmer, Julius Kaiser, and Len Postel. Sitting in second. Who's going to come off the bike first? Looks like Team Sweden pacing off a little bit. But CrossFit 1124, the big boys from heat number 1 looking like they're moving their weight around on these Echo bikes. And they'll be first to the worm. 1124, first rep in. Team Katronic Germany behind them as Team Sweden is making their way. Now, Team Sweden went touch and go in the first set of 15. Singles.
What is happening?
We'll see touch and go again. Can Team Sweden make up the time they lost on the bike? 1124 is to the back first. They're to their left. Team Sweden hanging on to the worm. We're at the 5:34 mark. 30 seconds to go before the time to beat set by Krieger. Katronic Germany all the way on the left side of your screen. We're in second after 11:24. But Team Sweden is still holding on to the worm. They were 3 reps behind coming in. 11:24 trying to fight them off. 11:24, 4 reps left to go. Hand in the air for Sweden. Sweden's got to hang on if they want a shot. Hand in the air for Katronic Germany on the left side of your screen. Who's it going to be? Coming down to the wire, and it's Sweden. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Team Sweden, touch and go on the first 15. Had no other choice to go touch and go on the last 15, and they sneak just ahead of 11:24.
And there was an easy 5 seconds of shuffling around, trying to figure out what order they were going to be on that bag before they even got to their first rep.
6:18, 6:21, 6:24. That's how close it was. CFW CrossFit Westfield comes in and sneaks ahead of Katronic Germany, but Bill, 6:04 4 stands for one more heat by the Krieger boys.
Oh, that's so good.
Three heats on the back, or 3 teams left on the worm. 2 reps left to go. All the way over in lane number 2, that is the 3 Colombian elephants. Or as my son would call them, the elefantes. It's like 3 words that I know.
There you go. Was the other one like no and see?
See? No?
Oh, man, you can just see how irritating this bag could be for some of these teams.
Which makes what Team Sweden did even more impressive.
100%.
As easy as it looked, we've seen how hard it can be.
When it's bad, it's really bad. What was interesting with Sweden is they locked their hands. So it was locked the whole time as they were touching down, yeah. Again, the only way you're going to do that is if that's something that you practice to find those little shortcuts and the little loopholes. I like the loopholes, guys. Nice job. Nice job.
Team Sweden there, taking the heat, but still not the time to beat.
No.
And now you start to wonder, is like, what do I have to do?
Well, okay, one is when they get to the bag, know exactly where everyone's going to sit. They were shuffling all over the place. I thought they lost it there.
Well, the offset there was, okay, what did Team Krieger do that got them that time? They smashed both bikes.
Right. That's right.
Sweden went unbroken on both clean and jerks and still couldn't beat him because coming off the bag and then going to the bike, you can't do the same intensity as both.
Nope.
Looking at after 3 heats now, the bike is where you're going to win this event.
You can, well, I'll say this.
You can lose so much more time.
You can lose time. But you got to remember how many reps.
Maybe the bike is where you're going to lose this.
I think that's more appropriate. I think you're not going to win it there, but you can definitely lose it there. Because 11:24 was 3-4 reps ahead, and they were able to make that up just because they weren't dropping. So they were able to make up that time. But man, Sweden was much more relaxed on that second bike, and they really didn't need to do that. They looked like they were trying to recover rather than racing.
All right, teams in the final heat. 4 reps left to go. Waiting and watching in the wings, your final 10. It might be the bike to get you that win. That is WOD 9, CrossFit Fort Vancouver. Adam McAdams, Hayden Jacko, and Tim DiRaggio. These are your 3 teammates closing things out here. Still underneath that 11-minute cap.
Crazy.
1 final heat remaining as Team Krieger's time of 6:04 stands. Can it stand once more? We'll find out. Final action from Tier Arena coming up next.
Possibly win a free pair of those. If you haven't, make your way over to the tier booth as well. Take a look at it. Very, very cool. Thank you to Tier. Sponsor here at Tier Wodapalooza. The newest technology. So we're going to go for it right there. The CXP flows. Go watch.
probably can't win. May not score points. Crowd shot.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. The big dog's coming to eat. The last heat of the night. You guys can do better than that. Looks like we're doing the way.
We've been waiting for 3 heats, and your 4th and final heat is here. Your top teams after 2 events are all stacked in this heat. As we are getting set for the final heat of Worm Up, hands down, the time of 6:04 by the Krieger boys. From heat number 1, still stands as your top time. Some teams have gotten close as 12 seconds, but not able to take down that time. Bill, what is it going to take?
Well, I feel like we've tested this particular workout now. All right, it's a great test, great test. Now let's bring out the biggest names that we can come up with, put them together, and see if they can handle this. So what's it going to take? Got to hammer that bike, and you got to do that. You got to work that worm, and if you can do it unbroken, I want to see you try. I want the touch and go.
And one thing unique to this is that to win this event, to beat 6:04, I would argue 5 of these teams at minimum are capable of doing
100%.
that. It's not a fitness thing anymore.
No.
This is a desire to put yourself in a really bad spot.
Well, we have. You've been talking about how you feel that the Echo Bike is where you can win or maybe not lose the event. We have athletes here that are the best people on the Echo Bike out of all the CrossFitters.
But they got to drag 2 more teammates with them.
Well, some of these guys, they don't have too many bad teammates on there. But now it's like, can you take those individual studs and then put them on this worm and go touch and go? I don't know.
We're about to find out.
I don't know.
4th heat, all locked in their lanes. Fans are on their feet. See the VIP area back there for a lot of our super fans. See Travis Mayer, Chandler Smith, and Noah Olson. The boys are sitting in 1st overall with 194 points. Mayhem Tres Leches, 3 points back at 191. Gowad also tied at 191. So we've got 3 teams separated by 3 points after 2 events.
3, 2, 1, go.
4th and final heat of event number 3 is underway. Time on the clock in the upper left corner of your screen. Top 10 teams coming in. 3rd event of the day. Final event of the night. Your Diamondized athletes to watch is Team Gowad, currently tied for points for 2nd place. Your 2-time CrossFit Games champion, Justin Medeiros. Dallin Pepper, podium finisher at the CrossFit Games last year. And Willie George going for that touch and go, Bill.
But look at the way they're doing it. They stop on the one's shoulder so they can reload. That's the reload spot. Okay, I like that. That's a very smart move for a bunch of individuals.
Team Sweden gave it a shot. They actually were able to go unbroken on both. It took them about a minute to get through their set of 15. And there's a break from Gowad. Who's going to be to the bike first?
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Ready to win $5,000 with Gowad, the #1 mobility app. Just scan the Gowad QR code around the event to lock in your entry, and you can win $5,000 cash. It's 100% free to join. Don't wait. Check it out now. First to the bike. All right, touch and go might not have been.
Maybe it wasn't that way for the. Well, I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. Now, we did have sculpted shoulders that got to the bike just about before Noah and the boys did. But, man, those are some strong, 3 strong gentlemen on those bikes right now.
Sculpted Scholars, they're in lane number 2. They're sitting in 5th overall at 167. So your top 3 teams have not separated themselves yet. We still have plenty of events left to go. This is the 3rd event today. We'll have 3 events tomorrow before we crown a Tier Wodapalooza team champion. Hand in the air for the boys on the left side of your screen. But off the bike first is in lane number 2, Sculpted Scholars.
Wow. Wow.
Jack Farlow, Benoit Boulanger, and Tudor Magda. Top left in the yellow top. Your leaders, Sculpted Scholars. In lane 4, you got the boys. Noah Olson, Chandler Smith, Travis Mayer. PJ's in third with Jason Hopper, Jeff Adler, and Pat Vellner.
And they were some of the last to get on the bike. One of the first to get off, top 3 off the bike.
Your leaders
Wow.
are the top.
Jeez, Guy.
Yeah, Guy. The man can do a handstand walk. It's not just a barbell, and that must be Tudor Magda. If I were to guess, anyone on that team that can walk that fast on their hands.
Holy cow. I didn't even see the other guys come across.
Well, Tudor Magda can walk in his hands better than he can gamble and cross at Jeopardy, that's for sure. Time to beat 6:04. We're approaching the 3-minute mark. Chandler Smith on the right is done for the boys. First athlete there. Pat Vellner is done for PJs. Second athlete across. That's Jack Farlow at the top left part of your screen. Final athlete for Sculpted Scholars. That will be Benoit Boulanger. As they'll make their way to the bike. And this is where you have to push if you want to take the time to beat. The boys and Sculpted Scholars on the bike at nearly the same time. Lanes 2 and lane 4. On the right side of your screen, Tudor Magda leading the charge for Sculpted Scholars.
And the boys and the Sculpted Scholars got on about the same time last time. The Sculpted Scholars came off the bike first. So I thought knowing the boys would be able to get off first. Didn't happen.
Time in the upper left corner of your screen. We are slowly approaching the 4-minute mark. And there is an opportunity for one of these two teams to maybe take that top time that survived for 3 heats so far. 2 minutes before that 6:04 mark. Pat Vellner, Jason Hopper. Jeff Adler for PJs on the left side of your screen. Who's getting off the bike first? All eyes on lane 2 on the right side of your screen, and here they come. They have the time, but here come the boys and PJs. 3-horse race. And the boys are going touch and go. Travis Mayer, Chandler Smith, Noah Olson, left side of your screen in lane 14. Just to the left for the PJs. They're going to hang on to the bag. Sculpted Scholars on the right side of your screen. They're going for it. The time to beat 6:04. It's going to take an unbroken set to get there. The boys may be pulling ahead. 3 reps for Scholars on the right. 1 final rep for the boys. Who's it going to be? And the boys go back to back. Scholars are in.
Wow, 5:20? Woo!
PJ's trying to close out. They'll get across the finish line. Underneath the 6:04 mark. Who's going to be next? It'll be Mayhem Tres Leches. Next team up will be lane number 8. Training Culture at Across at Zaroots. 1 rep left for Gowad. Gowad drops to 6 in this heat. And we just passed the time to beat of 6:04. As Tonka and Camaraderie come in. Should be next, as we have 3 teams left in lanes 1, 9, and 10. That is Tonka Camaraderie. That should be their final rep. They'll be in. Make America Fit Again and Team Super North are your last 2 teams on the floor, as we are only getting to the 7-minute mark. We didn't have anybody close to the 6:04 mark. We had 5 teams underneath almost the 5:30 mark.
Man, they were so fast.
3 reps left to go for Team Super North. Noah Olson on the right side. What a race.
Doing what Noah does. My.
Super North.
Oh, my.
The time to beat was 6:04. Look at that, 5:22, 5:26, 5:39, 5:56. Training culture just missed it by 1 second.
So we figured it out. You have to be able to bike really hard. You got to be really good on your hands, and you got to go unbroken on the worm.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
No,
That's the answer.
It's that simple.
It's just that easy.
The boys go back-to-back. They won event number 2. They got 3rd in the first event of the day. So no finish outside the top 3. 2 first-place back-to-back finishes for Noah Olson, Travis Mayer, and Chandler Smith. And we thought that was exciting.
PJs, good to see you. Good to see you again. Pat, let's talk about the gold shoes. I saw them yesterday. They're pretty snazzy. Who chose all the fashion for today?
Oh, probably Matt DiLorenzo here. You know, we're not good enough at fashion to dress ourselves, so we outsource for that kind of thing.
We got some swag, bro. We got swag.
Not me, man. I'm in my dad era.
Jason, I'm sorry for not saying you were the king of the Echo Bike.
Hey, let the people know.
You got on to me about it earlier. I'll give it to you now. King of the Echo Bike. This workout was great for you guys, but we have a lot of competition left. What do you have to say to Dallin, the not king of the Echo Bike, and the rest of the field moving into the second day of competition?
He's got a lot of catching up to do. I mean, we're sharing the Airbnb together. He's been stressing about the last workout. He thought they beat us in, so he's pretty stressed about that, angry. So he's going through that process, the appeal process, trying to get those points back, which aren't going to happen. But I'm just trying to keep him cool-headed.
Stages of denial. Stages of grief. He's still in denial.
Hey, the last stage is acceptance.
Never a dull moment with you. Jeff, welcome to the competition floor. I've been waiting to see you for the last 3 days. You didn't compete in the individual field. Was that to prepare for the team competition this weekend? We just need a little bit of extra time.
Actually, it was to be able to do the team. I didn't want to let my team down, so I decided that 4 days was too much. But I'm happy. I can stick with these guys, so I'm just happy to be here.
Happy to be here. Any goals you have for this weekend, for the rest of the season, moving forward? What can we expect to see from you and the other J and the P of your team?
I don't want to wear gold just on my feet.
Mic drop. Ladies and gentlemen, PJs, congratulations. Great performance.
Congratulations to the boys who got their back-to-back wins to close out day number 1. But here's the great news. We still have one more day of competition left here at Miami Beach for the 2025 Tier Wodapalooza Championship. We are crowning champions tomorrow. And it was an exciting day 1 of competition. Bill, what are you looking forward to most tomorrow?
Oh, man, I want to see these teams. I mean, they're smiling right now, but I want to see the
Everybody
egos.
smiles on day 1.
Everybody smiles on day 1. When you get to the finals, you start to see the true athlete really come out. And I want to see the clash of the Titans there. That's what I want.
Well, we're definitely going to get it. We had it in the individuals. I can't wait to see what we have for the teams. That'll do it for us here for day 3 of competition in Miami Beach. For Bill Grundler, I'm Chase Ingram. Thank you, Bella Martin, for all your fantastic work today. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Take it slow. Any bad vibes, hit the road.
It takes courage to navigate the unknown, instincts to detect and prevent threats in real time, and discipline to rise to the occasion every day. It takes the strength to stand up for what is right, the ambition to go beyond the comfort zone. Some aren't up to the challenge, but we are. Do you have what it takes?
Grit isn't found, it's built. Where lungs burn and muscles scream. Or every step, every rep, every set brings you closer to unbreakable. This isn't a place for shortcuts or excuses. Grit is built where limits are shattered